steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there coming through from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an aid around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
If you blinked, you might have missed out on the very first week here, a debut week at the PMPL, the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and we finally had our very first Super Weekend finish off, meaning some teams have been able to overtake the #1 team when it came to the race to PMGC points. We'll hop into that in a little bit of time because it's time for redemption for some teams who did not qualify in that very first Super Weekend. Let's bring in our analysts. We got Kalaris and Maximin here joining me in this virtual world to help talk about everything PUBG Mobile related here, at least PMPL related, because we've had a crazy first week of action and we've had some teams start to really stand out that maybe we didn't expect, but consistency is one thing that the teams in the top 4, top 5 been able to maintain. What's up, Kalaris?
Nothing is up at all. You know, the only thing that I'm bothered about right now is to see who is going to be able to make it into that next Super Weekend. I'm feeling good, I'm feeling fresh, I'm feeling clean, feeling fine. Jason, it's a good time to be a PUBG Mobile fan.
It is, but I wish your co-analyst here was as clean as you were. Maxman, your predictions have been pretty rough, but that's kind of expected. But either way, it's a new week. It's a new start for everyone.
Exactly. New week, new me, okay? I'm going to try and have right corrections this time. RC's going to go. And you said I'm not even clean. Like, I got a haircut and everything. I look better than before. So, come on. Oh, okay. To be honest, the haircut was missed a little bit, so fair enough. But yeah, cool.
Well, I mean, I haven't gotten a haircut yet. Maybe I'll get one this week. We'll see. Let's take a look at overalls, though, to get you guys an idea of where our teams did finish off. Our 16 teams that made it into that first Super Weekend and where they currently stand. Because, again, we've had some major consistencies. We've had a little bit of a falling out for some teams out there when it came to the Super Weekend and the league play. We'll get to them when we get to the second page. But Game Lord, have anything's out here on top.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the team that a lot of people were not expecting to be first after what we saw last PMPL, but they've just been able to improve so much, and we talked about it so much, right? How the teams that remained together since last PMPL are coming into this was a very big advantage. You got Game Lord, you got Eastern Stars, then you got the outlier, which is Vodafone Giants. We'll talk about them a little bit later on, but that synergy really shines through, especially when you have Narvalo and also Victor doing so well in their respective games. It's really, really insane. But of course, we've got 2 more Super Weekends before the finals. We'll see if they can keep up the pace.
I think it's fantastic to see Game Lord #1 here for this Super Weekend, because you think about what we saw in that league play first 2 days. They got second during that, and we were like, damn, Game Lord looking good. Will they be able to keep that going? And they did. It was brilliant to watch here. Game Lord looking really, really nice up towards the top. Massive props to the French team here for being able to keep that up.
Yeah. After you got the other teams.
Props to the team.
To the what? Sorry?
To the British team.
Oh yeah, I mean exactly. I wanted to touch upon Exquisite Décode UK. I talked with Reznov. He's actually born in Paris, so I'm biased now towards them again. Exactly. There you go. Now, Exquisite Décode UK. We talked about them, how day 1, day 2 was mainly about Reznov, but the team really shined through, and they're actually playing around Reznov a lot more. We're seeing a lot more of Alicio, especially, which I'm super pumped about. But now on the second page, where teams maybe struggled a little bit in the second Super Weekend, in the first Super Weekend, sorry, should I say? Vodafone Giants, very up and down, had one really strong day in day 2, day 1 and day 3, kind of invisible. We need to see way more consistency from this team.
Yeah, some of these other teams as well. You think TSC Legends, LMV. I think there are glimmers of hope there, but I think they really need to round things out just a little bit more. We saw them, have a game or 2 looking really good, but there needs to be a bit more consistency there. Likewise, for Xtreme Slayers, ChasMac week day of Sirens, there needs to be a bit of a step up. There are some glimmers of hope. If you think about ChasMac and you think about when they were Clash, when they were Rain, there was some great stuff there. But yeah, needs a bit more.
Yeah, I had the chance to do a little bit of a media day, and I had the chance to talk to Trazen especially, and they said it is definitely, well, of course they said the issue was communication, which every time I talk to them, I have the impression communication is the issue. But they're going into the next 2 Super Weekends. Hopefully, if they qualify, that's what their hopes are. They said they want to try and potentially prove that the first week was just not what their standard is when it comes to playing PUBG Mobile Esports. So they're definitely trying to make sure that they have a way better performance. This league play, of course, they want to make sure they qualify, because if they don't, their place in the finals is very easily going to be contested away by the teams at the bottom, especially when you have Unicorns of Love raring to go.
Well, we'll see how rare to go they are today. Again, I'm curious as we go back to the league stage format where we have 5 different groups, only 4 play at the exact same time. If they will show up, and I believe they even set up the first game of the day too, so they have 4 back-to-back later on. But I am kind of worried for those teams, and also pretty much any of the teams on that second page of the Super Weekend, because realistically, you're probably not going to catch other teams in that race to PMGC. So the only real chance you have to qualify for the event is to get into the finals here, to win the finals to get into EMEA Regional Championships, and then win that whole thing if you want to be able to play in PMGC, which is very difficult to do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's take away a positive from this tournament compared to previous West Europe. Hello. It feels like the lobby has definitely, as a whole, increased in skill level. It's just a shame for a lot of those teams down towards the bottom that some of the top 5, top 6 teams or something like that are looking absolutely powerful in relation to even their increased skill down towards the bottom here. So you're going to have step-ups everywhere.
Okay, well, we take a look at PMGC, what we've been talking about, right? We've been keeping an update on the race to PMGC when it comes to these points within the PMPL Western Europe Season 2, and of course with 1 as well. And Unicorns of Love were in first place when it came to the event starting. However, with them not qualifying that first Super Weekend, they've actually fallen behind by almost 100 points, around 80 to Conqueror, who have taken over that first place position.
Yeah, a 100-point lead, that was their buffer that Unicorns of Love created from Season 1 PMPL, and they were really comfortable, but they needed to make sure they could re-qualify every single Super Weekend to make sure they don't lose it. That lead has now been lost, and they need to actually play catch-up to Conqueror. And Unicorns of Love, if the teams above them, Destiny, Eastern Stars, Conqueror, qualify, it's going to be even harder for them to try and get themselves in that first place, because there's only 1 position here for the PMGC. There's not 2, there's not 3. You need to be actually only in first place. So Unicorns of Love, they have to qualify, and on top of that, they need to have an absolutely insane Super Weekend. This is going to be hard for them.
And the scary thing for a lot of these teams trying to catch up with Conqueror is if you think about their first Super Weekend, 3 first places, they had 5 podium finishes overall, and only in 2 games did they get 0 kills. Every other time, they're bagging those kills. If they're not getting a podium finish, they're getting a few kills here and there. They know when they need to be going a bit more aggro if they feel like they've got a harder time being able to get to a winning position in terms of a circle spot, so they'll just go aggro. And this is a team, a Conqueror, we know that this star lineup can sweep the edge, can bring those kills to the table and get some consolation points on the board.
Okay, well, you're talking about Conqueror. I'm going to take a look at all of our top 6 teams and kind of dive into their stats as well. I've been saying at the start of the day here, which is obviously right now, that consistency has been pretty strong across those teams. However, Big was one of those teams who have yet to get a chicken dinner, and yet they're still maintaining a top 6 position, which is pretty insane, to be fair. But look at just those averages, Max. Those are pretty damn ridiculous.
I mean, having 5 kill average per game is nuts when you think about it. Not even talking about Game World, that has 6.47, clearly one of the most aggressive teams in this entire lobby. Having an average like that is insane to think about it, but also having 6 teams with this similar average is actually a really big outlier as to how strong the competition is. I mean, you said it right, Kalaris. This season compared to Season 1 of this PMPL, the teams have improved so much, and we had only maybe 2-3 teams at the top last season. Now we have 6-7 teams that are doing so well at this kind of level. Of course, you need to maintain these averages, which is not easy. When you have an average so high, it's going to go down eventually, I believe. But if you can maintain it for the next 2 weeks, that is going to be an even better performance from these guys.
Oh, for sure. And you think about the cutoff between this 6 and the the 7th from 16th under for our Super Weekend, right? Like, that's the difference between where 4 Romanian Boys were and where Destiny was. Everybody below that has to bump things up. If you want to join this elite roster of 6 teams that we're showing throughout that, if you look at how many of these teams got podium finishes compared to all the other ones below them, there was a huge disparity between what Gamelord, Conqueror, Eastern Stars, Exquisite Décode, Big, and 4 Romanian Boys was able to put up in that first Super Weekend. So these have targets on their back, and for now, they're going to be the most studied teams in the lobby.
Well, I mean, you're saying they have targets on their back. I'm wondering if they're also going to be looking to target Unicorns of Love. Like, again, what we've seen just last week, if you have a good first day, or I guess technically if you struggle the first day like Unicorns of Love did, I think they only got like 8, I don't know, they got decent points in the last game. But either way, then you can be focused when it comes to day 2, and then you have that potential to not qualify for the Super Weekend. And one team who wasn't looking, I guess, that great when it came to league play, if I'm not mistaken, is actually Eastern Stars. But as they went to the Super Weekend, well, look what they did. They were able to put up so many chicken dinners. I believe it was 4 in total. The team probably going to be getting me more confident about one team being 10 within our Super Weekends alone. Let's look at their stats a little bit more here and kind of showcase the differences between league play and the Super Weekend as the Stars have come out. And really in the form of like 3 different players this time instead of it just being Kapahal and Octavian.
Yeah, with Asis on top of things now, able to show up, maybe not as consistent as we would like to see from Octavian or Kapahal, but Athis is able to step up from time to time, which is absolutely amazing to see. But when you're looking at these stats coming out from them with these bars, you can see every single bar represents a day from league play right until the final day of the Super Weekend. And this is a team that can be, I would say, inconsistent, but even if they have a bad day, for example, league play, weekend 1, day 1, where they only had themselves to play 4 games, 39 is still not bad of an average. It's just about 10 points per game, which is really, really not bad when you put it into perspective to teams like Vodafone Giants and how they performed in the Super Weekend. So Eastern Stars, their team, once again, if they make it into the late game circle, if they make it to that top 5, there's a big chance they will be able to take themselves the win. But this is a team that is, of course, scary. They're a championship caliber team, and they are aiming for the EMEA championship at the end.
Yeah, and let's be honest, you don't get the 3-peat without being an excellent team. That was ridiculous. Rounds 4, 5, and 6 were theirs. 13 kills, 10 kills, 12 kills, respectively. Now, the interesting thing about that last chicken dinner that they got on the day 2 of the Super Weekend is beyond that, that day was not really full of anything. There are 43 points in total after getting a win with 12 kills. That was a kind of a meh day. So they still have that Eastern Stars up and down that we did see in West Europe, kind of the season 1. Yeah. But they still, I think they're looking more consistent now regardless.
I think that's important. Again, consistency is very important when it comes to these long-form tournaments where it's more of a marathon than a sprint. But again, like, we're gonna have to keep looking at how they're gonna do over this next week. I really don't know what to expect out of Eastern Stars, and I think most teams, when it comes to these first matches, I guess maybe we're all in agreement about like Unicorns of Love. They have to have massive stuff up here and really show that they are a team to compete with. Otherwise, they could just potentially not even qualify for the second Super Weekend.
Definitely. But I mean, that's something that Eastern Stars right here in some of these highlights is exhibiting that you need, right? You need confidence. And when you're thinking about confidence in these games, the splits that a team like Eastern Stars is doing here, especially in some of the later stages of the game, where they know that they have a decent position in the circle. And what do? They fan out as 4. They start controlling that circle and pushing you back, causing problems, finding extra lines of sight on where you're taking position, and then being able to dismantle you from there. And also, their nades are pretty good too.
As I said yesterday, though, I had a media day and I was interviewing a lot of the players. Actually, 15 teams I had the chance to interview. And one of the questions was, which, in your opinion, is the most intelligent team? And they said, when it comes to late game, it is always Eastern Stars. You talked about that split, right? If they have 3, 4 players, you know as a fact they're going to be making great use of those 3 or 4 players to make sure they go as wide as possible, make sure they're just going to be able to suffocate you in a compound, in the circle, whatever position you're in, and they are going to confirm that circle 9 times out of 10. So this is a team that definitely, as we said, in the EMEA Championship, don't forget, we've got big teams such as Na'Vi, Kanina Power, and even more. But I think that Eastern Stars, at this level of play, has a very clear chance of being able to take down those teams.
And we saw it in the final day, right? It's not, I mean, actually, we've seen it in multiple days. It's not just this game in particular that we kind of broke down in Telestration, but other moments as well, where they are not only trying to dislodge you to kill you and get themselves more points and try and win the game, they're dislodging you to then take your position and move on from there.
There you go. Moving on to
Very
this one, we
well.
can compare them a little bit to GameLord actually, in how consistent GameLord have been able to be. The points, of course, do ramp up really heavily in their third day of Week 1 Super Weekend. But in general, this is what you could compare them a little bit to the likes of Eastern Stars, where every single game, even if they're not a team that will potentially get himself a chicken dinner every single day, this is what is scary because most of these points come only from kills. The kills average that they get compared to their placement points is absolutely nuts. And GameLord, once again, looking into this, is looking as a championship caliber team, but they need to remain consistent for the next 2 weeks.
Championship caliber team, Avenger level threat. Those are the two phrases I always come to expect when you two are talking to me. But I mean, to be fair, like this game, Lord, it's so weird because it's so night and day for them, right? If you think back to season 1, we did hear like rumors of how good they could be. We saw glimpses of how good they could be, but it seems like they finally got everything lined up, set perfectly for themselves here in season 2, because this is not the same team. It's pretty much the same players, but they're not playing the same way as before.
I would say the main thing that we have for GameLord, of course, you just said, is the same team, so they were able to build that trust, that synergy that we think is so important in PUBG Mobile Esports. But the main thing is that compared to last PMPL was their first time they were playing at that kind of level. And we said it for the teams that maybe struggled a little bit, and I'm pretty sure we said that about GameLord in Season 1. This team just needs time and experience to make sure they can perform at this kind of stage. Now they have just a few months after that, time to prepare, maybe do a little bit of VOD review, work on their communication and synergy during fights, and that really shined through in this second season. So I think that they've worked on what they had to, and now it's just really showing that GameLord prepared themselves so well before this event, and they're just on top of their game absolutely every single time.
GameLord looks like they've eaten the previous GameLord and have just leveled up from there. They've absorbed their powers and then doubled it up, Jason. Looks good.
Yeah, and honestly, this is what I love about having this consistent play here for some teams. You know, teams who came in from like PMCOs and such, getting the consistent practice at a higher tier of gameplay and seeing how much they improve. When we think about the global aspect of it, you know, Bigatron was dominating the entire scene for a year and a half. And then once we had more international tournaments happening, more like cross-pollinization of strategies and game styles, everyone in the world has been getting better. But especially, well, hopefully, for these teams here that we're going to be focusing on now in particular, our bottom 4 in our Super Weekend and the 4 who did not qualify for the Super Weekend, kind of compare the two groups. Because if you didn't qualify for the first Super Weekend, well, you need to qualify here if you want to have a chance to qualify for the finals. If you did qualify for the first Super Weekend, well, you better re-qualify here in the second Super Weekend to maintain that buffer you have, because you're going to need it. I mean, with Unicorns of Love here, period, I mean, that's the only team we even need to focus on at the moment when it comes to this idea. They're going to pick up points. They should qualify this week.
Yeah. If there is not a fire lit under this team coming into not even just this first day, Jason, in this first game, then I have my doubts for Unicorns of Love. But you know what? I don't think those doubts need to be realized, because I think Unicorns of Love here, especially in this first game, there is no scarier team right now than a team that has been scorned quite like they were in the previous week's league play. So I think Unicorns of Love is going to have to come out absolutely blasting in this first game, never mind this first day.
They also had 3 days of research, right? Just purely looking at the Super Weekend, making sure that they are 100% prepared for these days, I would say. They know the drop locations, the rotations, if some have maybe shifted a little bit all over the place. So they should come into these games with a lot of preparation done beforehand. And the averages aren't really as bad. If you look at the 4 teams that are at the bottom of the 16 teams that played this first Super Weekend, the average is actually above LMV Gaming, Xtreme Slayers, ChasMac Gaming, and Nexus Sirens in terms of kills and average placement points alone. So if we go based on those numbers, clearly we should see Unicorns of Love qualify above these teams, but we saw it happen in week 1. It just cannot happen. And as you said, they have been absolutely wrecked in the race to the PMGC. They need to make it sure this time they qualify in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I think one thing I do want to say, though, is obviously when you're in the Super, you're playing against the best 16 teams in the entire PMPL. When you're playing in the league stage, there are going to be some, like, quote-unquote feeder teams, right, that you're going to be able to take points off of on top of this. But honestly, like, looking at, you know, Nexus Sirens, looking at ChasMac Gaming, and I hate to call them two out in particular, but I feel like Unicorns of Love, like, looks still pretty decent compared to those two if we do a direct correlation between the Super Weekend of those two versus how Unicorns of Love played in the league play. But I think we're seeing, like, pressure can get to you, and again, you can't really skate by. You have to make an opportunity for yourself.
I mean, Jason, we were speaking about it kind of backstage halfway through yesterday. Well, let's look at the games that are going to play today. Those teams that we just saw, the previous 4, I believe 4 or 5, there's another name that's in there as well, they are going to fall victim if they do not step things up. Regardless of how bad Unicorns of Love looked in those first 2 days, these teams still didn't look confident enough to be able to, take the initiative in a lot of those fights. Sometimes they were holding down compounds and then kills would come to them, but that's not how you're going to be able to get into the next Super Weekend, into those finals. You need to be taking the initiative in a lobby like this.
Well, speaking of initiative, you guys at home need to take initiative to go vote for PUBG Mobile as the Esports Game of the Year and the Esports Mobile Game of the Year as well over at esportsawards.com/vote. Make sure to get your votes in. Make sure to push PUBG Mobile to the top, because together we can be #1 here. But it is time as well to get underway with our first round of the day. Gonna bring our commentators in. I'm not even gonna do predictions out of you two here, because I don't want to hear either of you predict Unicorns of Love, because they're not playing in the first round. Don't worry, guys, I got your back. Let's bring in our casters here. We got Blank and Imperium joining me here in this virtual world to talk about PUBG Mobile and to get us ready for this next match. Gentlemen, we've had 1 week of play now done. We got Group E sitting out, so no Unicorns of Love here off the bat. But what are you looking forward to most this week when it comes to league play?
Good question. I'm looking for a couple of redemption arcs, the likes of Nexus come back into play. I want to see Champions Club rise up and live up to their team name. What about yourself, Blank?
Definitely Unicorns of Love. I think that's the big one. I think they've been hounded so much recently. I think it's time for them to come back into it. But also Game Lord. I think a lot of people, assume that Game Lord's going to make next Super Weekend. But if they'd like to just quickly move into PMGC, Mr. Imperium, they have to have an absolute knockout.
They do.
Super Weekends coming next, because these next 2 Super Weekends have to be huge ones for them if they want to catch anyone up. And realistically, if they want to have a good chance of it, they don't want Unicorns of Love or Conqueror to actually qualify for these next Super Weekends. It would be okay if one got in because there's a chance of catching them up or a chance they don't do well in the next Super Weekend. But if both got back in, and those points are steadily climbing away, and that first Season 1 of the Western Europe, as Mr. Jason said, it wasn't the best, was it, Imperium? So Game Lord just need to continue performing amazingly as they've done so far.
So I'm going to throw because the playing path is nice, nothing really much to talk about from the playing path standpoint. So I want to throw a little bit of something out there that applies to a couple of teams, but especially the 2 that you mentioned, Unicorns of Love and Game Lord. Should they target Conqueror and take them out early so they don't qualify for the second Super Weekend?
I think that, at this point in the game where both those teams, their lives are on the line in 2 different aspects, right? Because Game Lord's life's on the line because they need to re-qualify to the Super Weekend and make sure that they can continue putting up those points. And perhaps you want to play your cards close to your chest there. Unicorns of Love, I think that their main focus during this league play is making sure they're not getting caught out on these rotations.
Fair.
Rather than instead of charging into another team. So I think both these teams probably will play it safe during this league play, much as Eastern Stars have done so frequently, just trying to get enough points to make it in and then go from there. And we also have a big reoccurring trend already starting here, Imperium, with one of Exquisite's players going down right at the beginning of the game. And at this point, perhaps it's time to stop dropping in the middle and find somewhere else to go. Exquisite Décode UK is not in this game. Pick up Pubg. Eastern Stars have made a really astute decision. Saw that 4 Romanian Boys are in the game. Head to Gatka. No one's there in the first place. They have all the fields to themselves. It's such an easy rotation in afterwards.
Yeah, you are dead right. I was talking to Mango yesterday from Exquisite, and he was very like honored to be participating in PMPL. It's his very first PMPL, and he said the team has been working on things and have been getting past the nerves of it all. But when you go into the first game of the second league week and you lose a player right off the bat, it's kind of like, well, are you really kind of learning? So yeah, they really need to be more aware of that playing path and what teams are in the lobby and go from there.
I've had my secret agent, Mr. Max. Ooh, come on the screen to inform me of this very thing right now. Exquisite Décode UK are indeed playing. They're just not in Pubg, which is why I got caught out there. But interestingly enough, yeah, they don't drop in Pubg this time, rather go for a more aggressive approach up towards Mansion. So personally, I thought Reznov scouting up towards the northwest side of Pubg was great, and it allowed the opportunity to loot up pretty cleanly and move from there. But it seems like they're starting to expand their territory now, Imperium, looking for more ground than they were given ever before, and control a bit more of the map, which I'm okay with. They're confident to do it. Make it happen. I'm happy with it. They performed extremely well during the last Super Weekend, and they've already kind of forced Skip off their position now. So, you know, happy days.
They want more. They want it all. And that's part of what Daddy was saying when I was talking to him and saying, well, what are you looking to do coming into the second league week? Are you going to play it safe and just qualify for the Super Weekend? Or are you going to try a couple of different things? And he says that what he wants the team to do is have a bit more of a heavy spread in that kind of phase 3, phase 4 area of the map, so they can not only get information but have a little bit more control. So even though it's only phase 1 and it's very kind of like, hey, you see an SKP player, you try and take him out, it is still part of that wanting to have more control in the later stages of the game. So I really like what Exquisite Décode are looking, at least initially looking to pull off.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, you know, towards the end of the game, like, if you can grab up a bit of area and start experimenting how it feels to grab that space as well and force teams off your position, best place to do it is in phase 1, right, where there's not a lot on the line. You're most likely only going to run into one other team. It's a great place for experimentation. So, yeah, happy with this one from them. And they've sent one player, Alicio, back to Pubg. Looks like he misses his old stomping grounds and would rather loot there from the rest of the team. Everyone else has jumped off a little bit wide over towards the west. We have Nexus on our screen right now, Imperium, so we can talk a little bit about them. Again, hampered by the fact that I think Dexter does much of the work. I don't particularly think that Nexus is the remaining 3 players from that team aren't good. I just think that Dexter makes them look bad. And I think that is the issue in this case, in this situation. I think if they improved a little bit more to be able to support Dexter, because I think that, you know, we've seen Dexter make these wild, insane plays, and I think they're almost desperation plays in a way. It's like, I have to make up for a lot of the space on this team, and I have to do well to make sure you win these fights. So he takes risks, and I think that that's it's a shame to see it, but I think that, you know, they've had a lot of time to consider what they need to do next. Obviously, the boys in the Destiny and Unicorns of Love had all the 3 days to watch, but equally Nexus have probably been doing the same.
Yeah, Dexter isn't even playing for them in this game on, so maybe that is part of the process of saying, okay, well, look, we're not going to have Dexter there for you to rely on. You're going to have to kind of stand on your own 2 feet and see what kind of results you can pull out of the bag. They're in a good position on this phase 1 compound that's on that southwestern side of the circle. Vodafone Giants sending 2 players to Potato Hill, I think, is spot on. It's early enough in phase 1. I think maybe a little bit earlier could have been technically a bit more valuable, but considering they have at times gotten themselves caught up on a rotation for Pachinki, I think that's much better from the Vodafone Giants side.
Yeah, it's a great position to get some information from the early parts of the game, right? Just dropping up towards Potato Hill, trying to discover where the rest of the teams are playing. Remember, now we have 20 teams in the lobby now, which will be cycling in and out. So information is very important, considering, you know, you don't have 15 games to figure out exactly where everyone's playing, and you have a rough idea on where the map is free. So yeah, Vodafone Giants making this move early, it's decent, and it'll afford them a little bit more control towards that end game. Destiny currently making their way up from towards Sosnovka. They're passing by Conquerors at the moment, so we'll see what happens there. But it looks like already they've taken a bit of a knock there.
Nexus onto one of the Conqueror players to open things up. Bina gets taken out. Actually, no, it's a knock on the Bina from Vodafone Giants. So Conqueror having a bad start to this game. A player down, a second player knocked. seems like they haven't got their bones about them. And you talked about Destiny. Indeed, going across the Western Bridge, I think, is a lot easier, a lot more valuable. I'm a little bit surprised that Conqueror didn't maybe look to bridge camp that Eastern Bridge, but they are playing more for that Western side. And Champions Club now also going to join into mix. It's like a hive of ants running around the land from a higher above area, trying to find somewhere to call their own. And Destiny, they're wrapping around Nexus, just running around, driving around the place and seeing what they can hold on to themselves. It's a little bit crazy, Blank.
Yeah, there's no Queen Ant either here, so for this situation, it's just confusion and chaos for these poor ants looking for a little hole to dig themselves into. A little bit unfortunate. Right now, Destiny's taking heavy punishment. Like from Mercy already down, and Vodafone Giants, yeah, like you say, moving in, taking some aggression here. I like this. Vodafone Giants, one of their struggles during the Super Weekend is sometimes they weren't aggressive enough, allowing death to come towards them. But Aegon, that little nade there, Ulysses needs to come for the support.
Don't go for the same spot though, Ulysses. Yeah, I was just going to say that second nade did connect around half damage. Great job by Agon. He has his wits about him in this one. Very early start again. This is going to be a good one indeed. That's going to be a confirmation. Not quite a second knock, but I know that will breathe a lot of relief onto the players of Destiny. And one thing that I'm a little bit confused about, and I don't know what your thoughts are, if Vodafone Giants were going to push from Potato Hill, should they push as 3 players together, or was it okay that they sent one and now Ulysses is backing up, realizing he can't really do anything about it?
I think that the initial push down there, I'm pretty sure that they wanted to get a position. I think Nano just kind of moves up, and you called it very well there. You really shouldn't have just been pushing that angle. The nade comes around the corner. It's a very easy kill for you if you're Aegon. So I think that perhaps Nano just needs to put on the pressure, apply the boot of the heel. But in this situation, the team from Vodafone Giants, they don't move down with him, and it's a little staggered, which leads to having only 3 players and less of a potential to get a good position in the circle, because those ants are coming back out to play now. Imperium moving out from their holes and looking to get into the circle itself.
Well, the ants love sugar, and right now the sugar part of the map is around the mansion area, so that's where all the kind of sugar gold is laid down. Champions Club going to be moving around. They've gotten ahead of Vodafone Giants because of the Giants' initial push onto Agon earlier on, so they're a little bit delayed upon that one, but they move away. Going for a bit of a big rotation on the northern edge of the circle. They're going to be going in a little bit blind, so it's important that they thread with a little bit of caution. SKP still on the eastern edge of Yasnaya. I think that's the best of staying in Yasnaya, because you're still getting a lot of information on the eastern side of this phase 2.
Yeah. This works out well for them. I mean, you can see the fields as well from this position, so you know if someone's coming towards you. One thing I will say, though, is that Eastern Stars look disjointed, to say the least. I mean, they initially went for the approach of applying caution in such a way it looked like they'd strapped a baby into the back of the car with a massive helmet on, as well as a big fluffy coat, and then loads of padding on the front seat, because they were going to make a rotation. Yeah, bubble wrap as well, mate. They were going to make a rotation up towards the north side of the map, past Rozok, back into Yasnaya, and Kapahala's waiting behind, and he's like, guys, we can just rotate into the circle from the west. It's not a problem. We could just go over the main island. And finally, the rest of this team comes back over that road and starts to rotate in. I think that, they are a bit hesitant sometimes to the circle. When they show their face, it is usually mean and scary in those last circles. But towards the beginning of the game, they look like little Red Riding Hood and is trying to get away from the walls within this circle.
Well, the good thing about this game is that there's no technical corner, so you can't put baby in the corner that Eastern Stars have strapped on with that bubble wrap with all the coats and the jackets. Phase 3 is about to pop up, and it centers up quite nicely. Still a bit of a shift to the east, so wasn't expecting to be so much on the coastal line of Lipovka. But this is a good shift, because all, like a good, 6-7 teams are already inside the circle.
Could be an interesting fight down towards the south side, especially with Prison causing a little bit of a roadblock there, playing around both the west and the east side a little bit easier. If you get into trouble, you can drop down to Prison itself, but it kind of does seal your fate a little bit, jailing yourself into that position. Leaving is very hard. Aptly, it was named Prison, and it lives up to the name, very much so. Exquisite Décode UK, though, over towards the Pubg. This is where they like to hold. I know they wanted to grab a little bit more territory this game, as you said, Imperium, but looks like it's not necessary as the circle comes over towards their side of the map.
ChasMac Gaming, Trazen gets a knock into one of the Game Lord players in the kill feed. You can see Vodafone Giants sending LMV back around, and manipulating that traffic a little bit is so beneficial. And being on the edge of the Prison Hill, the western edge of the Prison Hill, that's close to the edge of the circle, I think is absolutely perfect for Vodafone Giants, considering the tiny bit of an unsettled start to the game they've had so far. It's important that LMV don't get too presumptuous on grabbing vehicles, on having a position, and end up getting caught out. But for the time being, they're still together as a full squad.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. It's about making teams uncomfortable. And this current spot here does look uncomfortable, Imperium. I mean, it's going to give you a little bit of cover, but when people start to crash, it's going to be quite difficult to hold them off, although you will see them coming from quite a while away. There's Game Lord in the grass, Akashi. Quite low. Robs has to heal up before he can even try to apply the triage, but he's already down. And SKP looking to take down that player from Game Lord. Narvalo's already off in the distance, so this Game Lord's a little bit down on their strength at the moment.
Yeah, both of these teams dropped in Yavs9 as it happens, and I noted about the potential benefit of SKB being on the very eastern edge of the Phase 2. The Phase 3 shifted, it went away, but they didn't waste any time in looking to control an area into the edge of the circle, and Game Lord, they get punished for it. SKP, one of the teams that didn't qualify for the second Super Weekend, so it seems like they are coming into this League Week 2 swinging, all guns blazing, don't want to take anything for granted. They're now looking for an Alvalo who's been burnt to a crisp. Hamodi finds him, that's his second knock, and Game Lord, they're being rattled, shaken, and taken down by SKP. I like this aggression.
Yeah, even giving him the pan as well. I mean, if he's going to give you a little bit of confidence, that's fine. Pan whoever you need to pan.
Hell yeah.
Narvalo, last one alive. Now, Rob's, sorry, last one alive there for Game Lord. Narvalo just going down with nade in hand. It was a great, crash. If they know one player's in there, just swarm them. Yeah. Can't really do anything about it. Do you get this southern shift now down towards Prison side? Mansion's still a little bit in it, trying to hold his position out as long as possible. But mainly open. I think Conquerors currently have a really good compound in this circle, but with the limited players they currently have, it might be a bit difficult to hold on to. Just AZ and Vito still alive.
Doom also have a fantastic position on the very rocky side of the Prison Hill. They're up as a full squad, and you can hear them taking shots towards the members of Vodafone Giants. Even though LMV are in the center of the circle, I actually think they're in one of the worst places of the map. We'll have to wait to see how they can hold that down. But Giants turn their attentions onto Champions Club, and Delito is found, taken down. And Champions Club, they only started as a trio. Now they're down to a duo.
Yeah, I think that was a bit overzealous from Delito there. Moves right up, and Sebi's able to push him back. Team Doom in the background, like you say, though. Imperium causing a bit of problems for a few of these teams. TSC Sirens trying to make their way up on the eastern side, looking towards that compound that Conquerors are holding. And if I know TSC Sirens, I'm betting that they're readying themselves up for a mad crash onto that building. They want it. I know they want it. And this would be one of the few times where it actually would be beneficial. But here comes Big, rolling through on the eastern side. Currently, though, Vodafone Giants, they're picking Champions Cup to pieces.
Wow, okay. Another one bites the dust. Take care then, bye-bye now, Champions Club. I'm a little bit sad to say that because I want to see Champions Club come back swinging a little bit more. Nexus, though, they're up on toward the fire line. Can't hold out for much longer inside the mansion buildings. And excuse me, excuse them from the lobby.
For the guys on, excuse me, you know, they lost a player, their Nexus came down, weren't able to hold it. I mean, they were coming down into a compound that wasn't necessarily in the next circle anyway. I think you could have most likely avoided it whilst knowing there was a team in there. But yeah, Nexus get taken apart by the hands of Excuse Me, which Excuse Me we're happy with. 2 kills on this game with a pretty sad start. I know you said they're honoured to play in PMPL, but I feel like only 3 of them at a time can be honoured on Erangel at least, as they lose one out very early each and every time, it almost feels.
Yeah.
DSC Sirens though lose 1 player to Big. They had a bit of a wide spread, to be honest with you, on this eastern side where a few teams would more than likely come in. You know, need to play it close to the chest. Yatam does find 1 knock there, which is nice. But can they do anything about it? I think they're scared to head up towards that eastern side once again for fear of Big being in that location.
There's a lot of uncertainty with how DSC Sirens are positioned. I feel one of the things we noted about how they played was that kind of level of fear, that passiveness, where even though in the Super Weekend they didn't have a 0-point scoring game, but they didn't really score any higher than 6 points. That last game breathed a little bit of hope in their gameplay, as Xtreme Slayers haven't really had the most impressive performances, but if they can take down Exquisite Décode, it'll be certainly a good opening. Reznov, one of the playmakers for the team, gets knocked down, and Daddy's there in response, and the third party comes to swing, and Exquisite Décode are taken out. And Xtreme Slayers, can they get back up as a full squad?
Yeah, Big just sweep that one from under the rug. Exquisite Décode UK weren't sure really what to do in that situation. That fight looked like it could have been turned around with a decent nade coming through to save face for the down players. But yeah, Big coming into that scenario kind of ruined everything for them in that location. Extreme Slayers only lived because of their safety within the compound itself. I like what you said about DSC Sirens playing a little bit fearful, but then also feels like sometimes they play like Conan the Barbarian, in which case they just rush compounds without fear in the world. I do want to see a little bit more of that, but potentially have the gun out next time. SKP over towards the eastern side. You're just rummaging around this loot crate, getting too much done for the time being. You can see ChasMac there. Down vehicles, in the smoke, but they're all the way on the western side. And you imagine the Eastern Stars have seen this, and we're giving them a little bit of issue for it.
Look to take down the players behind you before you focus on what's in front of you. Fury takes down Trazen, another one on the Groxin. That is just, like, you got to feel for ChasMac because there's pretty much nothing they can do because of their vehicles being blown up, and that's them picked apart, eliminated. Take care of them by now for this game. Well, now Eastern Stars can focus on LMV in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, for Eastern Stars, it's curious, though, that they're fielding Fury. You know, the guys on the desk will talk about Athis, and, you know, I agree, he did some great work during the Super Weekend. Personally, for me, I'm not sure what role Bazzi plays in the team, and whether it's integral or not, but I personally would have swapped out Bazzi in this situation if you want to field someone new. But again, it's all about experimentation, see what works best. I mean, Eastern Stars are happy to do that, and they're finding success with it right now.
Well, maybe Fury can be there to make Bazzi look good. We'll have to wait and see. It's not going to be the case now because you question what role Bazzi plays. But right now, it's kind of, you know, the meat shield of the board as he pushes in and gets knocked down. Luckily, Octavian is there to somewhat save the day and does create a bit of an opening inside the circle.
Yeah, I feel like we say that very often. Luckily, Octavian's there to save the day. Guardian Angel of the team, that's for sure. Team Doom, though, taking a little bit of damage from Vodafone Giants, but finally will go down there as Team Doom are able to swing on them. Again, it was a 4v2, and honestly, yeah, Vodafone Giants did well, all things considered.
Oh, man, I think maybe Doom could have played down that hill a little bit earlier and not taken too much of the blue zone damage, which just forced 2 of their players knocked down. Yeah, being taken out, but it's a massive shift up north into the hands of Big and Xtreme Slayers. I believe Big went the whole Super Weekend without a chicken dinner, so they must be feeling pretty damn hungry right now.
Oh, absolutely. And it's weird to see this because, you know, during the Super Weekend, Big play a lot slower. And what we saw in League play was this aggression. And they really did feel like the beast in the lobby. So I want to see more of that when they come to the Super Weekend because it works out. They can take area and they can take space. And once they do that, they generally have a better time of it. Kabbalah does go down though. LMV still holding in this rut at the moment. Hidayam with grenade in hand. Throws one across, sees to get what he can get done. They have a down player, Bazzi. That's a big chunker.
Oh, close but no cigar. I want to see LMV push this more heavily. I get that some of your players are kind of shooting in the opposite direction, but just rush this. You've got a knock. You know you technically have a bit of a man advantage. Okay, Doom is going to be their next focus point, but I still think they're missing out by not putting the hurt and not putting the pressure onto Kappahala. Xtreme Slayers, they're going to be the ones to do it from the other side, so do what LMV can't seem to be able to do. But we are down to our final 6 teams. Third, fourth parties is a plenty in this kind of circle.
Oh yeah, I mean, Holes just took a knock there from Big. So, and Muzi from somewhere is getting shot. And it's like a little tiny peephole in the window that somehow the Eastern Star players, I think that's Big actually have found a way in. Perksers go down, Big. Creating problems for the guys from LMV. They're not able to push Eastern Stars because of this, but these are some incredible shots coming through from Big at the moment to make that happen.
You're just the puppet masters of this game and just controlling the teams around them. Sending them to different parts of the map and going, okay, you go there, no, you get knocked down. Octavian onto Hidan, lose the last player up. Can he get a bit of a backstab on the Kappahala? Takes the shots, misses them. You can't be missing that one. Kappahala turns around and says, you got your opportunity, you missed it, down you go.
I mean, Kappahala, the only reason he's still alive right now is because of this smoke and it has faded and he's like, oh, I'm dead.
Oh, my lord. Hello, darkness, my old friend. 4 teams left up. Big. Controlling the top of the hill. Look at that spread. 2-1-1. It's exactly what you want to see. 2 in the center. 1 each side. Conqueror go down. We're left with our final 3. Yes, the circle shifts towards Extreme Slayers, but with how Big have been playing blank, I can't see them not winning.
Yeah, and I think that, they're probably destined to win this match at the moment unless Extreme Slayers can do something very, very good about it. Considering they still have this compound, things are working out for them. Frosty, one of the only remaining players in this circle other than these 2 4-man squads, so it's going to be a nice ending. Okay. All right, he is laid down. That's fine. I was like, hi, come on, take shots at me, go on then. But Kalaris does something very interesting on the desk. It's that, you know, Conquerors set themselves up for success no matter what situation they're in. You see them go down in 4th now, and that's great. You know, they had a 2-man squad for the majority of that game. To get 4th is an incredible result, regardless of what happens, and they're just going to keep putting up these numbers. It's hard to stop them from pumping out points, and I think that's the scariest part about them.
Now we're down to our final 2. 4v4 to end game 1. Up on top of the hill. Big are overlooking the Menade from Times. Perfectly timed onto Pappy. Bardo sending 1 in return. I would argue don't go for the revive unless you get a counter knock.
Oh my
That's
God,
exactly
Times.
what happens. You just lay the foundations for Big to send it up, and in they come pushing. Times is a man possessed. You have Mihi on the other side. The IGL laying it down. Yes, Beast gets knocked, but the momentum is still there. A trade on up. Another player taken down, and that's Big with the chicken dinner.
That was, I mean, their chicken dinner was pulled apart in those last moments of the game. The Extreme Slayers didn't know what to do.
Wow.
I felt that perhaps they could have stayed in the compound for longer and waited the guys from Big to have to come down the hill towards them because of the way the circle worked. Coming out was maybe folly in my opinion, especially with them playing uphill towards Big, as Times showed us so well. Nades roll downhill, they don't roll uphill, and it made it very easy to drop it into those ditches there. I think one of the players, the second guy got knocked, wasn't even trying to res someone, he was just in a situation on the floor. But yeah, overall, a rough scenario, and Big took that first grenade as a massive opportunity to push up around the edges and to just follow onto them and basically smother them in those last moments. So sad for Xtreme Slayers, but Big, very well done.
It really is that kind of big difference maker, pun intended, between a team that really wants to get the win and a team to an extent that's happy to be in that position. Extreme Slayers, nothing against them, but it looked like they were just happy to be in the top two. Right, to me, in their kind of position, if they want to really gain control, I know they're in a little bit of a vicarious position, but committing 2 to 3 to kind of that little dip of a hill, which can be beneficial. Like you pointed out, nades roll downhill. They were asking for trouble. They had no real aggression in that final fight. But very, very impressed with how Big played. And a couple of other teams did shine in that game. Just maybe not the teams that we kind of need to see, like Champions Club or Nexus.
Yeah, I think for Nexus, things went wrong very quickly. They're not fielding Dexter anymore, and I think that, you might be on something there. It's like, if we can't make it work with Dexter, then we at least need to practice without him. I don't know what the reasoning behind it is, but for me, if I've got a great player on my team, I probably wouldn't sub him out.
That's true. That's true.
That's just my opinion. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, though, so I couldn't comment for sure. You do have Exquisite Décode UK going down quite early, despite this heading over towards the Pubg, as well as Mansion, where they dropped them in the beginning. Slightly unfortunate for them. They got crunched between two teams, and I think they were in the midway of trying to take a compound. Eastern Stars had some great shots towards this game as well, and opted not to crest that hill like LMV did and get punished by all the teams on the hillside.
Maybe with Exquisite Décode, it was one of those things where they wanted to try kind of wider spreads, and because of the circle shifting towards them, they missed that opportunity of kind of joining together a little bit more heavily and solidifying that kind of crash in the right way at the right time. And that's just part of the process of learning when you're looking to try something new, like having wider spreads. That does come at a negative of maybe being picked apart one by one, or if you do go for a crash, the players aren't right there beside you compared to normal, so that really has to change things up. I know that Exquisite Décode will get it right in future games, but I think that was part of the process of why they end up being taken out.
I personally don't think they were playing split that game. They were quite close. I think the only time they played split was in Alicia when headed back to Lipovka.
Okay, fair.
I think that, watching them, it felt like, yes, they're trying to do something new, but I will agree with you, Imperium, it's always awkward doing something new, and it won't ever feel right in the beginning. It's like learning to walk all over again, really. And I think that, over time, it's fine, it'll get easier, but yes, this first game, maybe just a hiccup, and we'll see how they can do it in future.
Yeah, 110%. Well, that's game one of the day over and done with. We're going to take it for a short break, and the desk will be back to break it all down.
All right, well, Big, you didn't get a single win, a single chicken dinner in our Super Weekend, but hey, you get one in the very first match here, the very first round of our second week of play, in league play at least. Jace Kaplan's still here, hopefully here for the rest of the event, joined by hopefully two analysts will be here the rest of the event as well, Kalaris and Maxman, though we might have to get rid of Max because he might be starting to curse some teams, but we'll see.
We didn't have time to do predictions, so not yet.
There's a reason, because all the teams together. They said, Jason, can you please not do predictions at the start of the day because we don't want Max to screw us over.
Yeah.
But we can say this, guys. Extreme Slayers, Team Doom, Vodafone Giants, LMV. Like, we got some names that we don't normally see in the top 8 when it came to the Super Weekend, or not at all because they didn't qualify to the Super Weekend, able to make a little bit of a show.
And these are teams especially that need to qualify for the next Super Weekend if they want to make sure they can make up for their poor results and performance in the first one. So these are teams that we need to see do well. They started off strong. Of course, you still got a few more games, but this is definitely a good way for them to start things off. But Big, we talked about it, right? Not able to get himself a singular chicken dinner in their first Super Weekend, get himself a 30-point bomb this time around. There's many things about how they rotated in this game. They're the only team that dropped high north in Severny. And they're feeling a lot more comfortable, I would say, with that drop. They know no one's going to contest it, so they rotate quicker, they rotate more efficiently, and because of that, they had the strongest position in the circle that was just so hard to push them away from.
Yeah, Big being confident from the word go is a little bit scary for the rest of the lobby, I feel, because when you get a 30-point bomb in your first game, you're like, well, okay, all we have to do is, even if we kind of phoned it in the next couple of games, we're going to probably be qualified for the next Super Weekend anyway. And that's scary for a team like Big, because I think that they have the power and the chops and the confidence to be able to be like, well, we're playing Devil May Care now, and any team that gets in our way, we're going to feel a little bit more confident to take those fights, because it doesn't mean as much for us than it might for other teams moving forward, especially on Erangel, where they've only... This is their second win in total now, so on Erangel, and I feel like this is where Big thrives, on Erangel, more so than Miramar and Sanhok.
Kalaris. If I'm not mistaken, Max talked a lot about Game Lord before we got away with this first match of the day.
Kalaris talked a lot about Exquisite Décode. What do you mean?
No, I didn't. Actually,
Max also did say Exquisite Décode at the start of the match, like, Beetlejuice.
I can't win.
I didn't speak about these two teams at all, actually, Max. So
I mean, in general, I mean, no. Okay.
No, but again, like, I'm not too worried. I think Champions Club, I think them and ChasMac we were expecting more out of, just because, well, at least for Champions Club, right? You didn't play at all in the Super Weekend. You've had 5 days off. That's your time to, like, hopefully step yourself up and step your team up, because you're going to need to. And I guess we'll see Unicorns Love in their kind of form when they get into their first round here in our second round of the day. But I'm a little bit disappointed. But again, I can kind of understand. They had a very rough first week, and we'll see if they can, turn that around.
Sure.
But Mihi, though, 800 damage here in first place. Timed at 660. Halls as well. I mean, we recognize Halls from Polar Ace back last season. Comes in onto the top 3.
Talking about times especially, this is very interesting. If you look back on the 3 days of Super Weekend for Big and look at times stats, he played 10 games out of the 15, so he hasn't played every single game. He was off for 1 day. He's had a total of 6 kills over the entire Super Weekend for his games he's played. He's already outdone that in 1 game alone. He's already just got himself 6 kills in that game. His nades were absolutely stellar fighting his way through versus Xtreme Slayers, so it feels good to see Times actually trying to put a little bit more effort in in this qualification phase.
Yeah, I think it's good for all of them to be stepping up again. I know, Colors, I mean, you've done a ton of PUBG Mobile, you've done a ton of other battle royals as well. I feel like, I mean, even just other games in general, if you're going to peak at a tournament, obviously in a long-form tournament like this, you don't want to start off playing your best. You want to build into it. I think Big maybe are building into that kind of form.
Yeah, they might be kind of a mirror image of what we saw, I guess, from like an Austria in the previous season. And I think that this is a roster on Big where Big, as a big organization, again, not really a pun intended there, like, they've got a great roster. They've signed a great roster. This is a roster that I think can thrive the longer this goes on in this marathon format. And we've seen individually these players shine in previous rosters and things like that. So yeah, I think the sky's the limit for Big, and there's a good reason why we put them in that kind of golden 6 at the start of the day.
Well, speaking of players shining previously, let's take a look at who's shining currently for Big as we dive into their player stats over the course of the entire event. We've been doing this for quite a few teams, just to get an idea of who's been able to step up when it comes to our second season of PMPL, and Mihi going to be actually leading the charge here, but that's kind of what we expected. Now that I think about it, you guys, Beast, I feel like we talked about him a ton back last season when he was on Destiny, when they were known as Destiny. I feel like he's kind of, not really fallen off, but he's been kind of taking the back seat to me, who's been, I think, him and Swave generally like the stand-up players we normally talk about.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one for Beast because I had the chance to interview him actually, and then he said the objective for the team is they want to be the best team in Germany right now. And I think that they are definitely shown up, especially we saw that Super Weekend, they're looking really strong. But I would have to agree that Beast has been taking a little bit of the background position, and Mia has been there just stepping up in big ways. But when you have players like Times, this game that's been absolutely amazing, as I just said, and Swave just being there once again from Team Umbra before, putting this big roster together, it can be a little bit harder for Beast to maybe shine consistently, but we need to see him potentially get on par with Mihi. I think it would help the team maybe secure themselves their first win in the Super Weekend.
In Germany alone is an interesting aspiration because I feel like they're almost already there, right?
Oh, yeah. It's pretty competitive in Germany, to be honest.
Sure.
It's not that easy, yeah.
Sure, I have to agree, but look, when you look at the kind of power that they're bringing to the stage here, I think they're already there. I mean, you can even see it in this last game as well, with them being able to control the large area that they were able to do, and then also towards the end having this high ground position. Like when I'm watching this 4v4 fight go down, I'm thinking to myself, 95% chance Big is going to win this fight. Why? Because when you compare these two teams, Big is a team that, look, they're pushing forwards after they get the knocks with the grenades. They're a team, and I've said it in the pre-show, that takes the initiative, where Xtreme Slayers right now hasn't shown me that kind of gusto just yet here, Jason. So, yeah, a 95% Big win, and then they get it.
Okay, well, why don't we take a look at their top players, I guess Mihi, and we'll take a look at his radar, because I want to see how he's doing comparatively to the other best players so far within PMPL. And actually, we're going to do a head-to-head with it. Okay, so we're going to do Mihi up against Beast. We're going to look at both of them, and to be fair, both of them have done some pretty sick damage, actually.
Yeah, these two players specifically have played every single game that this tournament has to offer so far, so they've been really shown up every single time. And Beast, as we said, maybe not on par, but when it comes to it was Mihi, but in general, these are still really strong stats when you compare it to the entirety of this 20-team lobby. It's really impressive that all the stats are so high, especially when you're looking at the damage and the kills alone. It shows that they're really putting a lot of effort in these games, and I think it takes maybe a little bit of time because it's still basically a new team when you really think about it, except for the duo of Mihi and Beast. And I think as time goes on, this team can only get better and better.
And also to note here, Mihi, the most healing out of the entire lobby. Now, people might look at that and be like, oh, he's, if you've got the most healing, that's a bad thing, right? Well, actually, it means that he's willing to not only get down and dirty and get into the fights, but also willing to trade. You don't have that much healing and that much damage done without understanding your limits. And when you can understand your limits, when you're pushing forwards, when you're breaching, when you're finding fights in like long form fights, that is something that is a truly special skill to have.
I don't know about you, Claris, but I have no limits. I am literally like peak human performance right now. Peak hair, peak face, peak beard, even though
peak hair!
Yeah, well, I have it, so it's peak. It could be worse. It could be worse. Let's take a look at our schedule, though, to get you guys up to date with what's happening throughout the rest of the day. We're going to be heading over to Sanhok, that I know. And Group E will be coming in while Group D will be coming out. So we're going to see our first taste of Unicorns of Love and our first taste of them on Sanhok, fun enough, because they didn't get to play in the Super Weekend. Yeah. And that's something we have to keep in mind, is that Sanhok, obviously it's a map that's probably the least, actually it is the least played when it comes to our Super Weekends, but it's a map you can't really slack on. Yeah, you could be really strong on Erangel, but right now, if you can't pull it out on Erangel, you can't pull it out on what's up.
It's time. It's time for that Unicorns of Love. Game number 1. They have to come out and blast. We need to see it. It's their opportunity here, Max. I want to see it happen.
Look, when you look back at last PMPL, you had two teams that really stood out on this map. It was Panda, so a lot of the players could still have that experience, and also Destiny. So Panda could maybe now Unicorns of Love might potentially get himself a win here.
Okay, well, you know what, gentlemen? I'm not going to let you do predictions because I don't want to see either of you. Axeman cursed Unicorns of Love, and we'll bring our commentators in for our second round of the Day. I said Jay because we have John Pirium joining me here now on the desk. That's their duo name. It's not very, smart or witty, but you know what? It's the best I got at 4 in the morning.
Why wouldn't? Yeah, I mean, go for Jim Pirium. I feel like I will sacrifice a letter of my title or shorten it to Jimpy. I mean, I know he goes by MP sometimes, doesn't he?
Yeah, I do. Jimpy. I'm a little bit bamboozled by that. I don't really know what to make of it.
I mean, you've got what? You've got Jimpy, you've got Blimpy for Blank and you, and then you've got, what is it, Blon for me and Blank, I suppose. Oh dear. It's not going to get any better than this, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting into Sanhok for Unicorns of Love first game of the day, my first game of the day, and of course that's all that matters really.
Of course, that is all that matters. Once you're here, that's all that matters. It's true about Unicorns of Love's first game of the day, and I love how enthusiastic Kyle Harris was about how important it is for Unicorns of Love to come out of the gates swinging. Do they go for massive fights? Do they go for just that controlling Unicorns of Love gameplay that we all know and have seen from them in the past? This current iteration of the roster have yet to really light up the lobby outside of maybe one showing here, one showing there. But this phase 1 circle, John, it's a good start for most teams. With that river in play, it's gonna send a couple of teams maybe a little bit uncertain on where they want to position themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this confluence of rivers right in the middle of the map has always been a notorious position in Sanhok in terms of cutting teams off, making their rotations harder, and forcing decisions out early that end up coming back to bite you for, well, most likely 2/3 of the lobby, right, if you've got 1/3 on each island. But it still has to shrink down there, still plenty of other options if those do come through. I'm interested about Kapahala dropping there in the middle there for Eastern Stars. You can see the rest of Eastern Stars actually in boot camp, but Kapahala wants a position on that Northwest Island.
That's very interesting and intriguing. I'm hoping that stays there for the time being and doesn't go too blindly into the open area of the trifecta compound. SYR, Faker at least, is there for the time being. I'm also very interested in Unicorns of Love and Conqueror dropping close together, because I did pose that kind of question to Blank in game 1 on whether Unicorns of Love should maybe look to target Conqueror. Right, I know there's a good few teams in front of them, but right now Conqueror do hold on to the top spot. So between this week and next week, if you can if you think about it, like if you can take the top 2 teams or the top team now and the top team after second Super Weekend out of that respective Super Weekend, you're technically giving your team a much better chance of moving back into the first place spot if you're Unicorns of Love.
Because they need, around somewhere in the region of 100 points to leapfrog back over with a little comfortable buffer. And I mean, if the other team is in those games and playing well, which Conqueror were last Super Weekend, quite obviously, you have to be playing that much better, right? You need 100 points more than other teams in the Super, and like, you know, how likely is that going to happen? I mean, the highest score, sure, we saw 200 points from Game Lord, but that would require Conqueror to dip 80 points in their games, and for Unicorns of Love to step up from not qualifying in week 1, not qualifying, to being top of the lobby. So it's a big swing. If you could stop Conqueror from qualifying, you're right. That's going to be huge for you.
Plus, we saw it in the NBA Championship last year when Navi dropped and hunted down Kanina Power. As it happens, the extra spot ended up being given to the EU region, and Kanina Power went to PMGC. But at the end of the day, teams have got to recognize that there's a time and a place to do what you need to do. You can't rely on the other teams going down early in games. You can't take that kind of destiny away from your end result. They've messed up last week. Now it's this week. It's their time to really focus and target on what they need to do to not only qualify for the second Super Weekend, but make it much harder for all of the teams around them. Jamas, though, definitely has a little bit of sidelines on possibly GK first. It's a good spread from Unicorns of Love. I think Lean is a little bit further away from the rest of the team, but Rogus and Fresh, they're very close to GK.
Do they know? Do Unicorns of Love know that you've got Conqueror in the hills? I feel like they don't. I feel like they don't. They know they have the bead on GK first now. Okay, I'm pretty sure that one of them has been spotted at least. AZ out in the wings. They know which rock he's on. AZ playing this angle, and now Unicorns of Love and Conqueror Really starting to feel each other out in this fight. A nice flank, but Bina and Vito both need to push into this. They really, really need to come and back up the rest of the team, because if Jamaz and AZ go down, that's bad news. Unicorns of Love, though, they want to trap this one. They want to try and take these fights isolated. You can see they're moving for it first. Fresh and Rollkiss have rolled on up a little bit closer to GK first and trying to split Conqueror down the middle. That might be the way to go.
I like how you pointed out about Vito and Bina. I don't think they need two people flanking. Maybe just Vito, some Bina much closer. That's why I mentioned about Lin needing to join into the mix to have that 4-person strong push. This is such an important team fight, John.
They don't know AZ's there. Up he goes into the spray against GK first, but his position's given away now. He's out in the open. 2 players up the hill. No one really finding the angle just yet. GK first stays safe, and Fresh knocks down the pin. They're looking to bowl through Conqueror as Jamaz left in the wings. The other 2 players, they don't seem to be moving right now, or they're certainly not close enough to help out. Jamaz, he gets tagged, falls away from the compound, wants to try and get back to some sort of safety, but in goes Rollkiss around the side. GK first through the building, the spearhead of the push for the Unicorns of Love, and they are pushing through Conquerors. This is exactly the result they were looking for, trying to harry, hamper, and do everything they can to commit Conqueror back to the next game. Jamaz will burn down, and 2 players falling for Conqueror. Now the other 2 have come in, but it's too little too late. Rollkiss gets that first nade, gets that first kill. Fresh with a lob over the top, not quite finding Bina or Vito. And I'm surprised that these 2 are sticking around.
Yeah, Vito and Bina, they should just get the hell out of there. Their 2 players went down so quickly. That's not worth it, but that's a double knock by Bina. Just like that, it's balanced up, and now Conqueror, they're going to take advantage of it.
Rewrite the story. I mean, fair enough. Bina now moving forward, spraying, suppressing. Bina caught on an off angle. Rollkiss doing everything he can to safeguard the team's position. Gets 1 spray, and now they have the advantage again. 2 versus 1. Get these reses. Vito wants to stay alive, but GK first has other ideas. Moving in, playing around the rock. Vito trying to peek out, trying to get the spray, but the damage is too great. Both of the players on the Unicorns of Love riding tall, riding strong. Vito around the side cannot hold it out, and Conqueror go down in an excellent turn of events for the Unicorns of Love.
Could be the most important, and I'm trying not to put that much emphasis or be too dramatic, but it could be the most important team fight for Unicorns of Love. Not only taking a squad down, but taking the current #1 team in the race for the PMGC spot down in this game. In the kill feed, Conqueror will look at that and go, oh wait, that's Unicorns of Love that's taking us down.
Yeah.
Damn. And I gotta say, Unicorns of Love played a lot more fluid, a lot more together. They took advantage of the initial knock. They didn't allow any kind of real response from Conqueror. That double nade from Bina was good, but there was also an element of luck on their side. But even then, you saw how Rokas played behind the rock, switching from one to the other, not allowing any kind of turnaround from Conqueror. It was so good to see.
Vodafone Giants now in a little bit of a scrap with Excuse Me. It looks like they are going to lose Nano on the outs. Sebi now stuck in the building, really surrounded. The Sharks swarming. Don't think there's going to be too much to do. Maybe able to get a knock flush if you're lucky, but Vodafone Giants losing 2 players here, all the more likely. Sebi getting controlled. Actually, Team Doom taking some shots from across the way. Sebi drops on out. Doesn't quite find a knock as well. That's going to be 2 players from Vodafone. Oh, hang on a minute. That was the last 2 players from Vodafone Giants getting eliminated. Yeah. I do want to put a caveat on that last fight with Conqueror. I mean, this is a great result for Unicorns of Love, don't get me wrong, but there are 7 other games that will be played by Conqueror. So it's a good start, but the road is long. And even a head start at this stage might not be enough. Because what you've got to do is stop Conqueror from qualifying. And that's going to need a lot more than just 1 good fight. It's a great result, nonetheless.
Oh, you are dead right. They have a massive uphill battle to go, Unicorns of Love. But it's every step counts, right? You know, every single, kind of smaller goal leads to a bigger goal, and that's what I love to see with Unicorns of Love starting out strong. That phase 2 shift, though, is not really what any of these teams really wanted to see. That northern shift once again puts a massive priority on the trifecta compound. As currently right now, nobody is there, John. I love Eastern Stars and Bootcamp Hill. If there's one team that I'm confident are able to control this kind of vast and sometimes unpredictable area of Sanhok, yet is very beneficial. It is Eastern Stars, but if Super Young roster get to that trifecta compound and can turn a bit of a backstab in their favor, it could put a lot of pressure on Eastern Stars.
ChasMac Gaming and LMV on the edge of the blue. LMV seem to have the outskirts, but they don't have quite the player numbers to really be taking this fight. ChasMac Gaming wary and leaving. Destiny, they're challenging for position against Eastern Stars, and well, they better think twice about that. Destiny not having the best time of it. Now, only one player left, Mazzaro. We're going to try and pick up the pieces. Really, just with a nade in hand. I mean, you've got to think that he's not going to be able to do too much here.
Also, the kind of ballsiness of Kapahala, he was in boot camp on his own. The other 3 players were on the hill, and he still took that. I think it was a double knock that Kapahala got. A little bit of definitely suppressive support from the rest of his team up the hill, but that was very, very ballsy from Kapahala. It's what he's known to do, though. He is somewhat the MVP, the IGL, the OG player of this team, and yeah, looking for the last player of Destiny. He gets found out, and Eastern Stars cleaned that up so easily, man, so easily.
I thought you were going to say OAP there. I feel like that was on the tip of your tongue.
It was on the tip of my tongue, yeah.
Yeah, but you saved it. You saved it very well. I have to say, it was very impressive. Certainly not going to be any OAP homes for you anytime soon there. You're still sharp as a, well, I was going to say button there, and that would have been rude, but I didn't.
You should have said it. I'm a little bit disappointed you didn't commit to that, but fair enough.
All right, buttons. Well, we're going to be jumping on board with Nexus Gaming here in the position on the eastern side of the circle. Pretty close to Excuse Me on their south. No one really looking to take this fight, I would imagine. I think Nexus Gaming really want to just get out of this, move closer towards those rivers and get a better spot here. In the meantime, over by the river, Super Young roster have moved down into some really strong buildings. This is some compounds, finally taking that trifecta compound there. Eastern Stars still holding that hill. For Romanian Boys on the north side of Painan now, and Unicorns of Love yet to make their move.
Yeah, Unicorns Love kind of taken a little bit too long to rotate, I feel. I know they were delayed on that fight against Conqueror, but you've had pretty much the whole of phase 2 to pull off a bit of a solidified rotation in this circle. I think Big are making a big mistake by committing to the Northwest Island, at least so heavily on the western side of, or kind of central to the island at least. Let's see if phase 3 can benefit them. If it does, it's going to be very hard for a lot of the other teams. It kind of does, but to me, it still makes their entry point into the circle a little bit trickier. If I were Big, I would play down on that south bridge, come in through Ruins. I know Ruins is a very tricky place to control, but I think this early into phase 3 will be very viable for them.
I mean, it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to swing out wide and try and go through on the western side. I think you're right. It's the best rotation. I think it's a no-brainer almost, and they immediately go for it. Super Young roster across the way. They've been spotted out. They are spotting out Eastern Stars on that hill. Tavian does go down. The rest of the team have to move a little bit to get this res. But that's going to give the game away in terms of positioning for Super Young roster. People are going to know now that that compound is occupied. Romanian Boys, they're sort of left in the lurch here a little bit between the Eastern Stars and the Xtreme Slayers in Painan. And all of these teams on the east probably going to be pushing in through the Romanian Boys. First to receive, I imagine, on their road.
I think Romanian Boys are in a fantastic position. For a team that have known to be very aggressive, I think playing a little bit of a slower game, you know, kind of playing for that compound, it's shifting things up. It's maybe trying different things. And Eastern Stars, having that player knocked initially will send them back a little bit. He has been revived up, so they're back up as a full squad. Find it weird that Xtreme Slayers are committing to so much of Painan, but at least they have at least one player covering the eastern edge of it, and then the other 3 players, or at least now 2 players, covering the western edge, and now they're looking for Excuse Me.
Prada really very separate from Mango right now. Going down, there's no chance of a res. Mango all the way out on the east, out of the circle. So they did split up and try and hedge their bets. Meanwhile, on the southwest side, Big and Unicorns of Love, they've met on their rotation paths, and that's going to be pretty important in terms of the scrap that's going on as Prada gets cleaned up here. You can see the southwest side as Unicorns of Love trying to move around the edge as Rolkis did get flushed as well, which means that they are down a player. Big looking to try and control this fight. GK first getting knocked. Their first fight was good, but the second not looking so hot. 2 players now dead from the Unicorns of Love. Fresh and Lin left standing, trying to hold out behind the compound. Lin lobs a nade in, times around the side, looking to push in. Beast at the back, stalling it out just a little bit, and they want to go as a duo. They want to move in pairs, use that numbers advantage, and Fresh feels the brunt of the force as they swing around, swing wide, and peeking down. Lin looking to spray. Swaff goes down, looking for more. Gets a second, but that's all that she wrote, and that is going to be Unicorns of Love taken down by the bare form Big.
Oh man, I'm so frustrated because you hyped them up. You see this fantastic team fight from them on Conqueror, and then you could see phase 2 pop up, and you're like, okay, why are you taking so long to rotate into a circle? Then the next phase pops up and a team gets there pretty much first and they suffer. That's why it's so important when these circles pop up, at least in the first 3 phases, that you move in early. It was one of the biggest weaknesses of Unicorns of Love in last week's games, is that they were just too slow moving into the circle. They had a validating excuse in the start of this game, taking the fight against Conqueror, but after that, it's all just their own fault, and why are they doing it to themselves?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to recoin a phrase that I've used throughout my time in PUBG Mobile Imperium here, and they are a chocolate frog team right now, meaning that they only have one good jump in them, because that's the strength of the charm that's placed on chocolate frogs. They only have one good jump, and that's one good team fight. From there on out, they're just sort of moping about, trying to, crawl in, trying to find these, and they're just going a little bit too slow, a little bit lackluster, and it's not the same as that first initial really good showing. We'll see if they're able to step up more, but taking Conqueror out, as we said, isn't enough. You need to do well yourself.
Exactly. TSC Legends, they didn't really light up the Super Weekend. I think they obviously were under a lot of pressure with this strong, consistently performing lobby with the top 5 or 6 teams. But I really love the fact that they have evolved their gameplay from having 4 or 2 to 3 players separated and being picked off one by one to moving into the edge of these circles as a 4-man team, knowing that that's the best way to turn a pressure point around, like for Romanian Boys, like maybe Eastern Stars, back into their advantage. Eastern Stars, they do have the sightlines and information on for Romanian Boys. It's important that Eastern Stars really look to control the teams around them, because right now this bootcamp hill is priority location, and if you allow 3 to 4 teams to move up from both the north, the south, the eastern side, they could find themselves being massively fourth partied.
Very hot right now in terms of the action on the eastern side. Game Lord trying to move in from the north, gets spotted out by ChasMac, who are still on that northwestern island. They did hedge their bets there. Xtreme Slayers taking a fight with Team Doom right now. Over on the south end, this is near Pine Nan on the bridge just to the north of it. The Extreme Slayers looking to guard out Team Doom, but there's other ideas as well, as players from Extreme Slayers do get knocked, get forced out into the water as well. You can see that Bardo just swimming and not going to be able to be a part of this fight. Action, fighting it out against holes, and actually it doesn't even hesitate there as Zero pops on up, and that's a knock. Now, what do you do if you're playing as Bardo in the river here? You need to swim up, you need to get to land, and Action has taken the ground. It feels like it was just too slow, too late. It's Unicorns of Love all over again.
Yeah, and it seems like that kind of 2-2 split that Extreme Slayers had in one of the previous circles maybe wasn't reacted to on the next shift quickly enough, and like you said, Team Doom came in and picked them apart, and down goes the last player. So even though they lost 2 players, Doom were on 6 kills. They're looking good. They're looking confident. They have a short distance to go into the edge of the circle. They can play on the coastal line. Yes, super young roster and big might put them under a lot more pressure, but I do like how Team Doom are playing, while Eastern Stars, once again, their hillside is priority.
They have a fantastic position for Romanian Boys trying to hold their compound down right now. As Big actually start to guard out Team Doom on the south side, but TSC just breaking upon the rocks of 4 Romanian Boys. Goodness me. Huge stones to be sure.
Was that like a magician? Now you see me, now you don't, John. TSC Legends got taken out like that.
I think Woody Harlson starred in that one. Goodness me. Fair enough. Big trying to cross the river. A super young roster. Hold down their priority compound on the eastern shore. Big move through. Smokes to cover. Times could get rezzed here, but Beast moving in wants a safer position. Nade starting to throw on in as well for super young roster. Smokes blooming, trying to protect the team, but there's an off angle. There's another player waiting in the wings. There's another team, and it's Team Doom as Big come into the crunch. And they will get shut down here. The circle shrinks away from them as well, so they're not going to have any respite. Zero and Action on the hillside. Suave and Beast left alive for Team Big. Smokes do bloom. They have a little bit of time, but Suave's out in the river.
Yeah, and ChasMac, I believe, came in and kind of third-partied onto SYR and got a knock onto one of their players underneath the bridge coming from the Northwest Island. So teams being kind of third, fourth party, left, right, and centre. That's the name of the game when it comes to Sanhok.
Eastern Stars starting to move down as well. Move south. 4 Romania Boys are going to have to break out of their compound. Team Doom on the south side actually have a pretty decent shout here. They've already, as you mentioned earlier, they've got 8 kills on this Sanhok. They've done phenomenally well, and with the position that they're in, it's not unlikely that they get to top 5 here. Game Lord getting shut down as they try and move in from the north edge. Fury has the bead, and damage is being poured on in. Rob's now the last standing, will get dealt with, and that's another team going down. ChasMac Gaming, they've only got Aza in the circle, but they do have an outpost. They've got Groxin all the way still on that northwestern island, most likely just healing it on out. Nexus Gaming as well, similar story. They've got Creator in the south end of boot camp. Looking to try and zone it away. Nades pouring downhill as 4 Romanian Boys a little bit too slow to leave their compound, and Eastern Stars going to try and stymie their progression.
Fury coming in for Athos, just being the sniper tower holder for side, having a higher elevated position to put more pressure on it. Yeah. Just like that Dorn is picked off.
Out in the blue, you've got last player as well for Machina. Looking to spray down anyone from Eastern Stars, but the blue zone's just going to tick you down. You are going to fall, and 4 Romania Boys get eliminated. Now we're down to 5 teams. ChasMac Gaming all the way out in the blue on the northwest. Swave as well by the riverside. So there's only 3 teams in these circles. The rest is a heal game. A question of meds available. Eastern Stars, 4 players alive. Super young roster. They've just lost another. That's going to be looking to try and take down yet one more. And Ali falls to a nicely placed nade from Kapahala, the Warlord, from up the top of the hill. They've played this hillside to perfection. They've controlled the ground, and now 4 teams remain. Super young roster looking to get dismounted. 4 teams remain. Who's it still going? Okay, Suave on the riverside for Big. On the west, Alush probably next to fall, but Team Doom have had such a good run from the south side. Looking to spray uphill as well. Action and Zero looking to move, but Eastern Stars all 4 alive.
The fact that Eastern Stars have covered all the areas of this hill in such a quick fashion, it means they're now able to focus on Team Doom, but that's a lovely nade from Action to open the board. You
need to get another knock here, even the numbers, get some damage in. Action and Zero looking fairly healthy, but that can change with just a single pin pulled. Another nade around the side and finds Bazzi, looks for the spray. Action looks for more, and a lot of damage onto Fury. Eastern Stars in danger now as Action gets another. There's only one player left standing. It's the man himself, Kapahala. The Warlord needs to stand tall as Doom now wresting it back into their control. Eastern Stars left wondering what the hell just happened. One player left, and now Team Doom have control. They have the circle, but it's Alush to play behind the rocks. They need to take down Kapahala and change their attention here.
Action Jackson with the play of the game, supported by Zero. That's going to be Swave taken down, and we're down to our final 3 teams.
Action around the side. They know where Kapahala is. He drops the smoke out. Alush thanking his lucky stars that he's not in this fight. Zero gets spotted. Spray behind the rock. Both teams going to have to move, and Alush strikes up from the grass. Will get behind a tree, has some cover, and Kapahala takes the kill. 1 versus 1 versus 1. Super young roster trying to stay alive here. Alush gets spotted out on the off. Zero hits the deck. The spray is good.
Team Zero is going to go down. Doom go down, and Kapahala now left in a 1 versus 1. Alush from behind the tree, getting pushed away. Alush has the zone, drops out wide, but he's caught with a heal. Kapahala, he's taking damage. He's taken so much, but he finds it. And the Eastern Stars stay alive. The Warlord reigns supreme on Sanhok once more.
Oh my god, Clutchahala coming in with the final kill. The ending of that game was so intense, coming down to a 1v1v1. Super young roster, Lush had done a great job of picking off the side of Team Doom on the off angle. But at the end of the day, why was Alush just bloom shooting? Why didn't he scope in? It was a decent distance away to Kapahala. Kapahala made an initial mistake by kind of jumping down where the animation is there and it's much harder to focus that fire. But at the end of the day, those bloom shots just weren't really accurate enough. Kapahala came in to clutch up right at the end. They done such a good job of controlling the whole of that game. Left up as a full-man team, but fair play to Doom. They picked them down to just that one player.
And that's why we call him the Warlord, right? Kapahala
So good.
stood tall for the team. I mean, you talked about how strong he is, the OG, right? And absolutely displaying that prowess here in the final circles. Although I have to say, all credit to Team Doom. They played those rocks incredibly. I mean, you said it, right? Action Jackson in those final circles. The guy was on point and did so well to be able to get 3 kills, 3 knocks over towards Eastern Stars, who had been dominating that entire circle. So all credit to Team Doom. I feel like super young roster, very lucky to sneak into second place there. I feel like Team Doom, by all rights, should have had it. But, you know, that's how PUBG Mobile goes. Still a whole chunk of points going over to Team Doom's tally.
You are right. Super Young roster had a little bit of luck right at the end. They did position themselves very well throughout that game on the trifecta compound. When Big did challenge them, they dealt with Big pretty swiftly. ChasMac came in and kind of pushed one of the SYR players down from behind, so that kind of slowed SYR a little bit. I think if ChasMac hadn't have been there, it might have been a little bit of a stronger result from SYR. But the way they set themselves up, it was always going to be, in my eyes, a top 5 finish from SYR. Just that little bit of extra luck got them into second place, and we see that fight, you know, Unicorns Love, we kind of really have to go back to them, right? Open this game up with a fantastic team fight onto the current leaders of the PMGC spot, but then went down at the hands of Big just because they were too slow to rotate as a full team in phase 2.
Yeah, it was a good start. It was a good start, but they chocolate frogged their way out of this game pretty early on. And then as well, this is the thing, right? Sure, you can stop Conqueror getting in. You can stop other teams getting in. But then there's so many teams that you need to be worried about that are ahead of them right now. And I mean, Eastern Stars is one of them. And with the wins that you're seeing from Big, from Eastern Stars, these are big wins coming through. And they're pretty much guaranteed to qualify just off the back of those almost single games, really, when it comes down to it. So Unicorns of Love, it's I mean, as much as it might be good to try and stop someone qualifying, I just don't think you're going to be able to do it. Because remember, you're not going to be in 2 games that they're playing. Each league play, there are 2 games that you will not play against that team. There is no agency you have to try and stop them in those games. And if nobody else is targeting them, it's more than likely that they're going to do well. If they can get 15 points apiece in those games, they're pretty much set to go, because it's more than likely they'll be able to get 15 or so points in the other 6 games that they're playing that week.
For sure. And just one thing to like really quickly highlight about Eastern Stars is I was expecting them to do well, because coming into this game from the Super Weekend, they had the 3rd highest points per Sanhok game. But I think a big part of why they've massively improved their Sanhok performances, they changed their drop spot from the eastern side of the map to boot camp. So the dead center of the map makes it easier to rotate, easier to control, and easier to kill.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic stuff. They looking to try and control the map. Eastern Stars, it looked a little bit ropey, but as we said before, we'll say it again, history repeats itself as Kapahala, the Warlord, stands tall. I know James is going to be happy about that one. We'll head to a short break. When we come back, it'll be the Analyst Desk.
The Warlord has struck again as we see Eastern Stars take themselves a victory here off the back of Kapahala, though it was a little bit awkward to see when they had such a good position there on Sanhok. But either way, we do see Eastern Stars, they get a chicken dinner. They're still looking fantastic here. But you know what also looking fantastic? The thing right next to me, our 1+9 official sponsor here of the PMPL Western Europe. I wish I could grab through virtual reality to pick up one of these phones like the 1+9 and the 9 Pro because it has a 120 Hz refresh rate. You know, Kapahala used every single refresh rate possible in those final fights, especially having some help from Alush. I know I'm selling it to you guys so well, but I can't tell you. You're gonna want to pick one of these bad boys up. But anyways, let's move on past that. Let's bring Kalaris and Maxman back in as they just chuckle while I'm trying to do a very serious sponsor call out.
Yeah.
How dare you two? Let's look at the ranking though of the last match, and let's look at how many points all the teams did accumulate. First game of the day here for a certain team, for a certain group, for Group E. And we're not seeing a certain team that we expected to be in the front page.
It was rough. Like, they went for split right off the bat. It did not work out. We'll see, of course, when we get onto the second page. I do want to...
Doom again.
Yeah, exactly. I want to sing the praises of some of the teams at the top. We've been seeing a lot more of Team Doom and super young roster. I think they're starting to heat up a little bit to the lobby and get a little bit used to this PMPL. Don't forget, this is their first PMPL, so it maybe took a little bit of time for them to get used to it. So they can feel extremely proud about themselves, especially when you look at Team Doom. You have two players in particular that really stand out. It's Action and especially Zero. We saw a lot of Zero in that first Super Weekend, so it feels good to see that actually not being a one-hit wonder kind of scenario. They're actually also doing good in this second week, so it feels good to see a little bit of consistency from teams that we maybe didn't expect to be at the very top at the start.
And if it wasn't for Kapahala's kind of miracle living towards the end, then Team Doom would probably have had this. I mean, they capitalized on the fact that Eastern Stars, I feel, moved a little later than they should have done and kind of were just playing very edge, moving on with the blue. And there was desperation in that move, and Team Doom capitalized on that brilliantly to be able to take out effectively 3 of their players as they were moving forwards.
Well, as we move forward in our show, you can see Unicorns of Love coming in 10th place, only getting 4 kill points, and that was up against Conqueror very early on in the round, which Conqueror got 0, Vodafone Giants got 0, Destiny got 0. A lot of teams, a lot of big name teams really not getting much on Sanhok, but then again, it kind of is Sanhok, Max, and it's going to be a tough week for all these teams to qualify in top 16.
Yeah, you need to have a game plan coming into this game, and Sanhok people say it's all about third parties and there's not too much preparation you can do before circle rotation. I fully disagree with people who think that if you put a little bit of time into scouting, it will avoid what Unicorns of Love just had happen to them. You'll make sure you're alert of teams coming your way. Here it was Team Big, they were not ready, they were not prepared, and they instantly got taken down. It's very unfortunate, but though before we move on, Destiny, that's another bad result, and they're in the race of the PMGC, so Destiny needs to start getting some good results also.
Go ahead, Cars.
I just made my noise, but I mean, look at him. It's the Warlord, Kapahala. Love it. I mean, to be fair, it was a very decent clutch. Very, very good stuff. I will admit.
He will admit something.
He will admit when he comes back from this break. What he will admit, though, is that Kapahala probably shouldn't have won that, as I'm guessing, Max.
Yeah.
Considering we did have Alush to the side from super young roster, saving him, taking down, incapacitating 2 players off of Team Doom.
This is the main issue, and we talked about it with Kalara. So I'm pretty sure I know exactly what he was going to assume into this. They rotated instantly.
Max is amazing.
Yeah. We know that's not going to case. He would not say that. But they are a team that rotate very early from boot camp right to the hilltop, just right down south of boot camp. And the main issue you have with that is that they stood there for the longest time. He's freezing. It's fine. And the main issue with that is...
Can they put me in next to you?
That's going to require a little bit of work, I think.
Come on, Max. Come a little closer. Come on. I don't bite.
I'll scoot over a little bit. But they were taking so long to make sure that Nexus were not able to move into that circle, and also for Romanian Boys, it delayed them to try and actually get into the later stage, and that's what made them go for the wild rush, and Team Doom just absolutely obliterated them, which is why they got so much damage. Most of that damage from Team Doom comes on that gatekeeping scenario versus SYR and also Eastern Stars, but at the end, still a lot of damage in a strong position. These are numbers we expect from Eastern Stars.
Well, what's crazy to me is that Unicorns of Love, they went out in 13th place. They got 4 kills, which again was on Conqueror fairly early on in the game, but they were still 3rd in damage overall. I think that really shows how little damage everyone really did in this round. And most people, I guess, were caught off rotating in towards the zone. I mean, to be fair, we did have quite a few teams. Was it ChasMac healing off in the blue for the longest time?
ChasMac know that they are not looking comfortable in the Super Weekends. They need to qualify by any means possible. So, of course, they started off taking a little bit of a fight versus LMV, and then they initiated into having one player heal into the blue on the Northwestern Island. Not the best play. But there's one team that I still want to talk about heavily, and some people might think there was a little bit of circle luck involved, but it's super young roster. They went for the best rotation in the circle, especially on phase 2, and they went for a crossover the bridge that was so good because you saw the second phase, you had every single island of Sanhok in play. And what is the best position in that situation? You go for the trifecta compound. They went instantly for that position, and the moment they knew it was going to go over to the mainland to the east, they crossed over instantly. I think they had the snappiest rotation in this entire game, and I think that SYI is one of the teams that continuously on week to week are improving a significant amount.
Well, we can see here the players for Super Young roster. Rezo actually be the one leading the charge here with the 284 average damage, kills, and knockouts as well. You know, Faker, I think we were talking about him quite a bit, especially coming into this event as the one with the most experience playing back in PMWL, the World League, if you guys don't remember what that is. And I think that experience he's gained has been diluted into the team and kind of distilled, I guess is the better term, into the team so they can help level up because they have been improving. Like from first week to second, they're looking much cleaner. But we still need to see them close out some games. Again, for them to qualify for PMGC, they basically need to get into the finals here. They need to get into the regional championship and they need to win then. But if anything, at least they're getting better from day to day.
Yeah. To put it in words of what Blank said during while we were watching that game, he said that it just seems like Super Young roster know what is going to be the compound that allows you to win the game eventually. They knew that was going to be the case for the trifecta. They knew that was going to be the case back in that Miramar game a few days ago. They tend to know how valuable positions are depending on what situation's happening in front of them. And I think that's one of the most valuable assets you could have in PUBG Mobile Esports. If you know which position is the strongest and you can hold on to a position like that, it's pretty much assured you're going to get a game very often. If you do get to the late game, that's going to be the case. So yeah, Super Young roster I think has potentially been the surprise or slash the lack on Australian MVP of this entire split.
Okay. Well, while we're talking about this in particular, about knowing which compounds are the strongest to play from, a team who has yet to really have the opportunity to do so is Unicorns of Love. And I wanted to see their stats in this match against their average over the course of last week, which was just 2 days, was just 8 matches because it was a league play. And I'm curious, is this the average for them right now, or are they starting to wake up a bit? It seems like they're kind of relative to what they were doing last week. Then again, it was just 1 match, so I'm not going to be too harsh about this, but we're expecting so much from this team, and it hurts that we're expecting so much, I feel like, because they're such a damn strong roster. They were last season, and yet we haven't seen that old Panda team come to light.
The kills are, of course, improved a little bit, but that's only over the course of 1 game. You can expect that to fluctuate as games goes on. But that survival time is, and I'm sorry, horrendous. 18 minutes, 42 seconds. Can get yourself a few decent positioning points, but it's not enough to qualify in the top 16 in the first week. 40 minutes in this first game, of course, the Sanhok is going to be even lower than what can I expect from a Miramar or an Erangel. But we talked about it, especially in the green room, right, while this game was happening, about how this team, on paper, is golden. This is, in my opinion, though, not a team that would do that well in a Battle Royale format. In TDM, they would do great because they're insanely talented fraggers, all of them. But when it comes to a game where you need communication, synergy, trust, I think this team is struggling a little bit because it feels like we're going to take players from every... In what Blank was talking about, especially, they took players from teams that did extremely well on a personal level, put them all together, but you've got so many facets of the game that are still lacking. And I think that that's what Unicorns of Love need to work upon, and especially that synergy, because it was just not showing in this first game at least. You still got more. We got some Erangel games, but there's definitely some things that need tweaking pretty quickly because they can't afford to not qualify to a super weekend.
Well, the upside for them is the fact that they get to play out their 4 matches in a row, right? Because Group B sits out the initial match of the day, they play out 4 matches straight, and then they're done with the day. So they don't have any of those awkward breaks that might happen. They might not, or they don't have to worry about doing really well in a round and then having to sit out for the next one, then come back in. But likewise, they still have the opportunity to have a bad round and then sit out to kind of work things out and then get back into things. But again, like, we're expecting so much. My question to you, maybe, Max, is, and I hate how we keep talking about them, but I feel like we have to, is at what point do we kind of give up on them? I mean, give us maybe too harsh, but I feel like this is a team, if they hit their stride, even if they don't qualify 2 super weekends, that they could still qualify for the 3rd and still get into the finals from that. I feel like they could put up enough points in a super weekend if they hit their stride.
I think they just need to find that sweet spot that works for them, because they're a team that's very different from the other ones. Other teams you would have potentially a support, someone that's going to be out scouting. Here they're all fraggers, and that could be a big issue because maybe you have. You talked about, why was it, league play week 1, where you were talking about potentially egos. Not too sure that's actually happening inside the team, but everyone's got their own idea, their own decisions, and they're all fighting for that decision to be taken. It can hurt them a little bit in the long run. We'll have to see, but this is definitely not the Unicorns of Love we were expecting. I said it yesterday at a media day, and I was asking to a lot of the teams, who do you think might be able to be first in this entire event? And a lot of teams said Unicorns of Love, and they were just so surprised and in awe that they didn't qualify. So I think that not only ourselves and the viewers at home, but even the players are like, what's happening with this team? And we have yet to really know.
I mean, I think they're just keeping it interesting for us, right? They're trying to give other teams a chance to qualify for things. They'll pull out the Nova treatment, I'm assuming, here in week number 2. But either way, we're actually going to let you go, Max. We let Colaris go a while ago. Don't worry, you'll be getting his day rate, so enjoy the 500,000 euros you're getting for it. We're going to bring our commentators back in as we're going to get this next round ready to go. We got John, Allen, and Blank, also known as Jank, also known as Blon. I don't know which way you want to go with it. Both ways are equally bad, but why don't you take us into our next round?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. All of those ways are equally bad. You're right, but we're going to be getting into game number 3 of the day, and Unicorns of Love's second chance to put points on the board. They did 4 points last game, so I feel like they can go up from there.
Yeah, there is only up, right? We hope.
Well, I mean, 4 is more than 0, so.
Yeah, I mean, they can get 3, which, with the way they've been playing, is not off the table, John. We'll put it that way. I mean, even Jason was struggling to stomach his own breath as he introduced us there. Saw his chin envelop into his neck as he was trying to swallow exactly what Unicorns of Love are doing during these games. It's a hard one to stomach, to say the least. But we'll see what happens during the Erangel game. Things are a little less chaotic, let's say here. Sanhok being a little bit more difficult to play around, but jumping onto here on Erangel for our match 3 of the day, round 3 of the day here, things will be a little bit more smooth, I suppose.
Hopefully, one can only hope. And you're right, you can't ignore the Sanhok factor, right, of just how chaotic that map is. And to be fair, it didn't feel like it was a Sanhok issue for Unicorns of Love. But maybe it was sort of playing on their mind. It was a Unicorns of Love issue rather than a Sanhok issue. But yeah, I mean, maybe they just don't like the map. And it's unfortunate that it's Sanhok week if that's the case, because they're going to have to be playing a whole hell of a lot of Sanhok. I think they're playing everyone's playing half their matches on the map, so you need to be confident here. They are going to drop out towards North George, and actually Mihi waiting in the wings. Big really don't want Unicorns of Love to do well here.
He's done this frequently, though, dropping towards North George and then moving over towards Severny. But I will say one thing, he's never been this far out before. I feel like every single time that they cast their line out further and further with Mihi and seeing what he can pull back on.
Pressure's going for it.
I know. What, is he going to run him over? Please run him over.
Oh, is he going to do it? Is he going to make it happen? I'm not sure, but they're certainly scrapping it out. I wonder if the rest of the Unicorns are going to try and back him up. There's no way that Big can come to back this up as well, because you've got Exquisite Décode UK, who have not dropped on Lipovka. They dropped out early, and they're right next to it as well. Fresh surrounding right now, needs to figure out how to stop guns being taken into possession for Mihi, and actually probably a good idea to back up the team. You can see another player from Unicorns of Love moving over, maybe Big actually sending out wide. This could be another scrap early for Unicorns of Love.
I feel like radio presenters right now. We can't quite see what's on screen, but it will be Fresh over here looking down. He scraps over the hillside, drops into the building, and now Mihi in the distance. Oh, that we actually see him on screen now, so it's fine. Don't worry, guys, don't have to do that. Ridiculous facade anymore. Fresh just have a shotgun. Is that enough to contend with the great Mihi, though?
He's got a Vector and a shotgun for himself. And a nade. That could be pretty crucial. In comes Lin. They've all evacuated from North George. They thought, you know what? These guys killed us last game. We are not taking any chances. Mihi takes an early dip, and the walk not going to go well. Beast actually trying to drive on in and actually save the day here, but I feel like, why? Turn around, run away. And I felt, that's exactly what happens for Beast. You don't want to just drip feed your team to the points tally of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, the horse's teeth may not be sharp, but they've cut a line on a fishing pole, that's for sure. So, you know, I think they've tried to catch a little bit of a bigger prey than they wanted.
Is that a phrase?
Oh, what?
Cutting a line. Okay, on a fishing pole. I've never heard anyone say that. Be the first.
That you cast out a line, John, and then sometimes the fish, so large, will cut the line with its teeth. But in this case,
Oh,
it's a
okay.
horse.
Right, okay. I would say that they snap the line rather than cut the line. It depends how much horsepower the fish has.
At least 15.
At least 15 horsepower each.
That is the standard.
Fish. To be fair, some tuna are pretty bloody big. I've seen
Yeah,
those bad
okay,
boys.
so did you watch the... Oh, this is so off topic, but...
Giro.
You know, no, it was like the king... I think, is that the king of the sushi markets? Right?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm glad we're on the same page. If you haven't seen it, it's a great documentary. You should go watch it. You'll realise that tuna in tuna cans makes up for about... basically 1/200th of a tuna, as they are ridiculous in size and proportion. Right now, the size and proportion of our most biggest team, likened to the old tuna, would be Conqueror and Game Lord. But both these teams haven't had really the most standout game recently, and I think it's Eastern Stars taking on that tuna title for the time being, John. Like that segue? Happy with that?
I'll take it. Day of Sirens in the southwestern end, and now actually all the way down in Primorsk. This is a change. This is a different drop spot. They have changed. They were in Zaki before, they were in Novo, and now they're in Primorsk. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm laughing because you do make a really good point there. It's like, I've been to the northwest, didn't work out. I've been to the east, it's not worked out. Now, to the southwest. Yeah, it works out.
Kameshki when?
Kameshki when? Indeed. I think they realise, if they've watched the games, they realise that the middle of the map is not to be trapped with. Excuse me, has found out multiple times. Not the best of drop spots for them. But this time they go into Erangel as a 4-man, which is very exciting. We see, excuse me, at full strength. Though all eyes currently have to be on Eastern Stars. We talked about it a little bit earlier, John. They've been doing ridiculously well recently. And I mean recently over the past 2 games.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They obviously last game they did phenomenally well. Controlling that hillside, getting I think 12 kills on the game. Down to Kapahala, converted on a really good spot, but you know, it's still really well played by this team.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that had to go right in that situation. He was like praying for a guardian angel in that last moment. Lush was there to answer his call, and then quite quickly downed his guardian angel, which is a bit mean, to be fair. But if you want to be on top, you got to get rid of the competition, even if it's those who help you. God, that sounded cruel, and that's not the type of person I am. I will cut down all before me, even friends.
Oh dear, oh no, that's not ideal.
No, that's not who I am. I'm a bubbly human. 4 Romanian boys heading down from Box down towards Rozhok and the northern side of this island. With such a northern shift in the circle as well, not a bad idea. I think most teams are slowly making their way up. Kalaris, although gone, God rest his soul, you know,
The augmented reality swallowed his soul.
It really did. We're currently trying to get him back from the abyss. We're not sure when he'll be back, but we have sent in Max to go find him. Slightly incompetent, but we'll see what he can do.
He's in his little Tron outfit. He's running around. He's playing the light cycles right now.
Yeah, he is. We're watching him from a distance. He'll be fine. Don't worry about it. On a feed that you do not have. But yeah, Klaris was mentioning, before he headed to the Abyss, that the rotations have been slow. I think those who find the middle of the circle find it quickly, and then we have a lot of these stragglers on the outside. You know, we've got Champions Club, Day of Sirens, Destiny just about making their way in. Conquerors, I want anything to do with the beginning of this game, and fair enough, they've not been having the best time recently. But yeah, most teams, you know, just around the edge. I think a lot of these teams towards the center usually are the ones who do quite well. You know, super young roster. You know, I was telling the guys backstage, and Max put it very well on the desk there, is that, you know, they have a really good idea of where the best locations are, John.
Yeah, they should know. I mean, at this point, he should definitely know what positions are going to play well for them. We're in how long now into competitive PUBG Mobile esports? A few years at least. If you don't know by now, I don't see how you'd be, first of all, here in the PMPL for Western Europe. I mean, all of these teams have got to know, right? They've got to know what's good.
I do have an update on Kalaris's excursion into the abyss. Max has found him. Take it back. Not incompetent at all. That was a swift recovery of our dearly beloved Kalaris.
Yeah, the future sailors have returned.
Well done, Max. Well done indeed. We'll see you soon on the desk with, as like I said, our beloved Kalaris.
Yeah, the digital castaway has been reclaimed. He's making sure that he's back on board. Hopefully we'll be able to get some analysis from him, or if he's going to be just speaking in binary. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. We don't know.
We just don't know. Eastern Stars down towards the south side. A bit happy with this rotation, to be honest. I think on that first game, I'm not sure if you were watching too closely, John. I asked the guys on the desk about it, but they were going to head up towards ruins, then over the top side. I think Kapahala waited back before he was like, guys, we can just move into the circle nice and easily. So I think feeling a bit more confident this time. They're happy to put themselves in harm's way, head towards the edge side of the circle here before moving up. But we do continue to get this northern shift, This time the circle isn't hell-bent on ending in the water, though, so we have a lot more land to deal with. What is this?
TSC Sirens, they're healing out in South George right now. They're going for a wide, long rotate on the west, all the way up from Primorsk, playing it late behind Champions Club as well. For Romanian Boys, in the meantime, taking a central fight with Excuse Me on the northern side of the river, near to Destiny, near to TSC as well. ChasMac Gaming pretty close by. And the rest of Excuse Me not really going to want to continue this engagement with For Romanian Boys. TSC moving pretty close to the compound as well.
Very close. I mean, hearing the carnage that just went down. If I'm TSC, I'm not sure I want to be in this location. But, when one person vacates, it's time for you to move in. So, happily enough, they will. Yaya taking shots towards. I'm not sure. Do you think that was a good idea? I don't know if that was a good idea or not.
Or giving your position away, taking shots.
Yeah, just immediately like, hi. Just knocking on the door. Yeah, we just moved in the other day, just so you know.
I feel like if you're moving straight away, as TSC has done, I think it's fine. Yeah. I think that's fine. But only because then they proceeded to move.
Yeah, I think that's acceptable. I think I wholeheartedly agree with you on that one, John. Doom moving in from very much on the eastern side. We're not looking at it right now, but I show you the off underneath Stalber. Team Doom have been playing pretty well, actually. I think a lot of that comes down to Zero, though. Guy's been performing out of his mind. Frosty's been doing some good work as well now, so propping the team up perfectly, and hopefully Team Doom can continue to perform well. I mean, they had an okay Super Weekend. It wasn't anything standout, but realistically in the Super Weekend, I didn't see any team that was like completely down on their luck, just facing the mud the entire Super Weekend. Like everyone got some points, regardless of where they were on the tables.
Points mean a chance to qualify, to get some prizes with more points. So that's how it goes, right? That's how the saying goes. Unicorns of Love on the western edge have left from South George. TSC Sirens, at least 2 of them are out of the blue zone blank. It's a miracle. Going to be playing on that western edge. Big with 3 have left Severny now as well. Everybody really looking to try and position north of this river. I mean, there is still quite a bit of land on the south side. It looks like Eastern Stars think that that's going to happen. So, fair enough. They did choose the right side of the river last time around.
We'll wait and see. I mean, it would be funny if it headed all the way down there. I think for them right now, if they don't have to move, they won't. If you look on the map closely here, you can see Excuse Me is already set up on the compound just outside the bridge. You've got 4 Romanian Boys watching over that side. Does actually head down towards the south. So Eastern Stars like, think you.
That's probably the worst possible shift, I think, for everyone.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, especially look on the eastern side as well. All these teams that assumed it might head over towards the S9, they're going to have difficulty getting in. Excuse Me had a good position to gatekeep. Now they're probably going to get a shot on their rotate. Literally everyone on that northern side drops into vehicles, all but one team. Eastern Stars.
There's 4 teams on the Southern Shore. There's Destiny, there's Eastern Stars, there's Conqueror, and there's SKP, who are not even in this next circle. So it's really, really small numbers on this south side. You have to wonder, are Eastern Stars missing a trick by not moving in closer to the river, taking a compound there? But they know everyone's going to look to maybe take a position across the river. I don't know. It's chaos on the north for sure.
I mean, the further you move towards that area, the more likely you're going to get into a fight. And I think Eastern Stars, they love to play their end game. And they get a lot of points towards that end game. So if they can just chill out, hold down here for a little while without putting themselves in harm's way. And remember, the people have got to cross this water. They've got to get into the open hillsides. They're going to be taking shots at each other. So Eastern Stars, it can almost let like this little battle royale, miniature battle royale, just play out whilst they play spectator. So it's not the worst thing in the world for them. I do agree that perhaps moving up towards the north side could give them a better position. But if they're comfortable to play here, I can't fault them for it. I don't know the inner workings of that team.
Yeah, Sirens, they've had one wide blue rotate, sure. But what about second wide blue rotate? They've gone all the way on the western side, gone down the bridges just outside Georgia Pole, and now they're trying to eke in towards ruins. A lot of these teams on the north now coming into conflict. Team Doom taking a knock up the hill. MZ looks to tap away the M16. Not really going to find the damage. Finally, a little bit of cover found there. Question is, how long is that going to last? Frosty, you've got to look to the rest of the team. You've got to see where those nades are coming from. MZ just wants to confirm the kill, and that's going to happen. ChasMac Gaming pick up the point, and Team Doom lose a player. Unicorns of Love on the western side, looking to try and push their way in as well.
I think that for Team Doom, it's been a long journey for them to get here, and that's even more sad because, you know, they got to the northern side and now they're having to figure out whether they need to move towards the south. I mean, we are in this awkward situation where we find ourselves so often is this Rozhok crossing, where you have the triple island position here. I think I've seen this circle about 1 million times now. It's not one that doesn't rear its head uncommonly, right? It happens all the time, in fact.
Exquisite Décode UK, another team that we maybe expected more from in the beginning. Looking to try and move in from the western edge as well. They're out in the blue, guarded by ChasMac Gaming on the western side. And look at the damage starting to pour in. Will already very, very low. Unicorns of Love looking to guard them out as well. They've stumbled in to a furnace here, and it is hot. Unicorns of Love just bombarding them down. Alicio having to heal on up, looking to move in, get these reses onto Will and try and stay alive. ChasMac Gaming not giving them any chances to, though, as Reznov rolls in, goes down, and that should be a flush coming out.
Yeah, honestly, their fate was sealed as soon as they moved to the circle there, because Unicorns of Love have such a good position to poke over the top and take some shots at them. ChasMac Gaming is going to hold them in like bars on a prison cell, and their only option was to move north, right, where there's 3 other teams, so their rotation would have been cut off as well. Next circle, very central, evil circle, we'll put it that way. This one's got a nasty grin on its face, and you mentioned Sirens having to rotate through the blue a load of times. You know, this circle's almost like the dog and everyone in the circle. Everyone playing in this game are kind of like the bad dog owners, where it's just ragging them to and fro.
And he's not even going to take shots over towards Big. I mean, he's going to let them move down and take on Unicorns of Love. Try and follow up and move through in the vacuum. This could be really smart here from Daddy to try and stay alive. Look at this, he's following Big. He's just on their tail. Okay, finally diverges, but he's straight into GK first, straight into Fresh for the Unicorns of Love. Just trying to get down the hillside. The spray down's not going to connect just yet. I have no idea. I have no idea how this guy has managed to move through. This guy is a pathfinder.
Oh my god, you just tended to be a big teammate, which makes sense. Big's got 3 players, he makes up the 4th.
There's 3 people in this river right now.
Oh, I think this happened in the South Asian PMPL, but they had about 8 teams all in separate cars going into the water, and it was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. But here we have something similar happening here in Western Europe. Sometimes it's the only feasible option. Exquisite Décode UK finally are eliminated as Daddy falls prey to the fishermen.
No snapping the line there, reeled them in, get the point. Unicorns of Love looking to try and control. Fresh just swings out wide, and that's Team Doom doomed, unfortunately, on the far side. And now Unicorns of Love have both sides of this bridge. They moved in And the strike was twofold, right? They managed to not only take down the players there, but also give themselves an outpost to move further forwards. Because as we all know, these circles are evil. With this river right in the middle of it, you're gonna have to cross. You're gonna have to breach. So being on both sides could be very valuable. Rolkiss might want to regroup or might want to try and keep a foot on that northern shore.
Yeah, it really, now it's like kind of that damage control phase. Should it be a real good spin meister to try and get this circle to your advantage. Rolkiss is driving around a little bit for Romanian Boys, taking shots towards Champions Club. But Conquerors, it's not having a great time. It's TSC Sirens who are causing them problems now.
Yato does go down on the hillside, and that's going to slow TSC Sirens down a little bit. Linu looking to get that pickup. Vito dropping the smokes. The cover is there. Conqueror want to leave this position. They want to get out from under the purview of the duo up on the top of the hill for TSC Sirens. There's so much high ground right now for TSC Sirens that Conqueror, I think they can't compete here. They don't have the vehicles to crash. They don't have the meds to get themselves back in. But now TSC Sirens have left that hillside. It might be a different story, and the circle beats everybody while they're down.
This is exactly what Unicorns will hope for. An Eastern shift would have kind of ruined their fate, honestly, because an Eastern shift would have required crossing the bridge, crossing the water, and then moving on open ground towards Rozhok. It does cause problems now for SKP as well as TSC and Destiny as they have to move over towards their side. Romanian Boys do take a knock and a flush though, and that's Super Young roster on the northern side of the waters. Now Unicorns will have to deal with them at some point.
TSC Sirens moving now parallel to Conqueror, and it's road wars on either side. Out they go, out they hop, and Linu and Luna looking to try and move through Sunken now. Gonna move through water in those buildings. TSC, heavy damage poured their way. Destiny flooding down the hill towards the river. Looking to try and drain on out TSC's chances for the rest of the game. For Tony, trying to play around the edge, but Whiskey maybe caught on a side swipe, doesn't even go down, and that is going to be TSC taken out. Destiny stay alive, all four, but they've got a way to go. 4 Romanian Boys in their way, Nexus Gaming in their way, SKP as well.
Yeah, it was time to move for Destiny. They make it fast, they make it happen. Eastern Stars taking a lot of damage here. Now just Bazzy alive and barely at that, falls to the ground.
Conqueror staying alive, keeping on in it. 4 points as well. Fair enough. You'll take them where you can get them. Sakura crawling down behind the windowsill, and that is posted to perfection. What a nade coming through there. Really, really lovely stuff from Bino.
And now the 3-man split here kind of causes a problem for TSC Sirens. They don't really pick their player up. You know, it was unfortunate because Conqueror were down on their knees, very heavily damaged, taking a knock. And again, this seems to happen quite a few times at TSC Sirens. And I appreciate it for what it is, a lot of niceties, but they will often decide to go for a res than go for aggression. But in this situation, the only option was aggression. For Yatum, the circle blue damage was so high that regardless of whether Lanu got her up or not, she was going to die to the blue. That's cruel.
Oh no. Thorin was trying to crawl around in the water there and try and stay alive, but it just slowly roll over the top of him. A crushing defeat there for one of the 4 Romanian Boys players, and plenty of swimmers right now. Everyone's got their goggles on.
Yeah. Fashioning reeds into some kind of breathing device. Oh, he's seen him. And Lito swings up for just a little bit of breath. That's all he needs, just a little bit. Unicorns are loved, though, in a good position. Now, if they have a good match here, it will make for a happy time. Destiny taking shots from Result. Really, really good shots, though, coming through from this guy. Super Young roster is blessed to have them on the team.
Very nice stuff to try and control it, but Super Young roster on the long side of this circle with only 37 seconds before it starts to shrink. The teams are going to have to move south as the circle shifted all the way onto Sunken City. Conqueror happy about this. The remaining players from Big pretty happy about this. SKP actually probably in one of the best spots for this circle.
Yeah, they can start to move in and hold. It depends where the circle heads next. I think Unicorns are loved. It's almost unfortunate, and I haven't seen enough of them to know what the situation is. But if Unicorns have been taking shots against absolutely everyone, crossing this bridge will be very hard. There'll be a lot of vengeful eyes on these players coming across the bridge to see if they make it happen. Destiny is just falling to pieces versus Super Young roster.
Goodness me, they just got lit up. They certainly have to deal with that. I mean, it was a really difficult spot. They were getting pinned in from 2 angles and trying to take 2 fights, but That was fast for Destiny to just drop.
Yeah, speaking of fast though, Unicorns are loved. They've done it again. They got that twofold attack on their side where they send 2 players across. They've got GK First and Fresh in the background. Rollkiss and Lin moved up over the bridge, but SKP immediately comes in. Like you said, John, a good position from them, and they're taking advantage of it straight away. Nade over the top from Lin, but there are shots from Conquerors as well.
Oh, GK First getting spotted out on 2 angles as well. There's no way you're living through that. Goodness me. Out open, laid bare. And now Fresh wants to regroup with the other 2 from the Unicorns of Love. Every swimmer in the district is going to be moving in to try and play under this bridge, try and stay alive for as long as possible. Rollkiss trying to guard that out, trying to stop that from happening. TSC Sirens have been afforded such a good position just by this shift alone. I mean, if they had to leave Sunken, I don't think they would have been able to make it too far here.
Yeah, they've been able to kind of have everyone else as their bodyguards right now, as long as they can keep all their players up, which they're able to get. Luna back up in action, which is great to see. Rollkiss does go down, now just Fresh and Lin for the Unicorns of Love, and they need to make it further. It's so unfortunate. There are 18 alive and 9 teams. That's on average 2 per team at the moment, John. So, you know, by virtue alone, if Fresh can stay alive, then he'll earn a lot of points. He just needs to keep it going.
I mean, they got 10 kill points already, Blank. This is already a good game for the Unicorns of Love. They were chief fishermen in the river, picking up a lot of those kills there. Just, you know, getting those scraps, putting them in their pocket. And that's 10 points. That is a huge game so far. But Conqueror on 8. Super Young Ruster 8 as well. There are some teams starting to break away from the pack.
You can see there on the right side of your screen, you see that you can see that there are 5 teams with 1 player. So, you know, there's massive, massive opportunity for these teams to actually jump the ladder. I mean, 10 points is great, John, but it can be better for Unicorns of Love, and they would love for it to be better. It would put them back in the running.
I wonder what the meta is for the players behind this position right now. I mean, nobody wants to be first to move, but you don't want to be stuck there either. The next circle pushes you out and away. SKP moving along this coast side and stopping all of these teams.
Fresh being the most healthy is great, though.
Yeah, that's huge. That is huge. If you can shove someone out in the blue, if you can force them to play that area, it is huge.
Yeah. Hamadi takes down Swave, so that's big eliminated. 1 more chance to jump back up again. Super Young Ruster at 8 kill points. Conquerors, although things looked bad towards the beginning and towards the first couple of rounds of the day, they've actually managed to make good of it. This could be a great nade.
Oh, a little bit long, but it takes one out. Oh, and Fresh stayed. Does Fresh stay alive?
Yeah,
Fresh stayed alive.
He moved to the other side, he gambled.
Oh dear, that's right on top of him though. Oh, didn't he? I don't think it took the damage. Hamud, does he know? Does he know there's a player right there? He needs to get the gun out. He's going to go down. He finds 1, but oh my god, he gets 2. Fresh in the water, looking for more as well, but can't quite find the 3rd. Oh my god. Unicorns of Love eliminated, but that was too close for comfort for SKP.
God, Fresh came out of the water looking not fresh at all, like some kind of swamp beast. Came to take the lives of SKP, but survives a long time. And he'll ladder up massively because of that. 16 points total for Unicorns of Love, and this is a great turnaround for them. Hopefully they can continue that same kind of performance, because it looked good this game, John. It looked good.
Definitely. It looks really, really solid. I mean, those crossings are difficult. They made them look probably as best as one could hope for. And they get hella points for it. Really nice stuff. Conqueror still alive, though, and they held the Sunken City down very, very nicely. TSC Sirens were evacuated just a moment ago, and now SKP really the only challenger. Super Young Roster with a Loosh. I mean, he did a lot in the last game.
Yeah, does lightning strike twice, though. Let's see. Conquerors versus SKP. I mean, he's in a good position. It's kind of hidden. I wonder if anyone can spot him out here. Fair bit of loot here for SKP. So after several of the players fell before them. Conquerors, though, will have to leave this compound. If SKP is smart, they won't try and push this too early. Conquerors coming out the buildings, probably more risk than SKP, who can quite easily run over every which way and direction. But that veto knock there is going to be perfect. You see Conquerors immediately on the move.
This is... Alush doesn't want to take this fight yet. He doesn't want to go for the spray. He had full vision on 2 players from Conqueror, but you know as soon as you get spotted, you're dead. The nades just kill you there. So positional safety is far more important right now for Alush than getting a point, getting a kill. You can watch one of these teams go down.
This is all about qualifying as well, right?
Yeah. Although all of these teams should get a whole chunk of points off this game. Another nade around the side. Finds Hamodi. Jamaz looking to suppress SKP right now. Keep control of the circle. Move on out. And actually, okay, there as Lush does go down. He tries to get a point. And AZ actually falls. So now 3 versus 3. But there's a player on the off angle. Jamaz needs to be careful. Looks like they might check it. But up on the top, Vito. Oh dear, he's got high ground. He's got position. And Jamaz goes in as well. Got the LMG as well. Looks for the spray down, but Jamaz falls, and AZ getting res. Sure, Vito now under pressure. SKP striking out from the shoreline, trying to move on through. 2 players alive at the back lines. It's Bina, it's AZ, back up to health as well. Looking for the knocks, looking for the shots. Finds the spray, but looks for more. Hamodi looks to go around the side there. Knocks going back and forth. If Bina goes down, and now AZ on a sliver. SKP look to move on through, and from Sunken City, they are dethroned. SKP find the chicken dinner.
You called it so early, John, there as well, saying they had a really strong position to move down from and get that coastal side themselves. They did an excellent job of clearing out underneath the bridge. And for their first chicken dinner ever, I would say that it was highly deserved of SKP. I mean, dealing with Vito was not an easy task. That took a lot of courage and bravery to make it happen, to just leap out from underneath. But the brave are usually the stupid who survive those attempts. And in this case, SKP, they are the brave. So well done to them. I am really, really happy with the way that worked out. I think for Conquerors, it's a bit more difficult because it's a very linear approach for them, whereas SKP have a bit more of terrain to work around, whereas Conquerors, they have to come out one avenue at the door or jump off one of the balconies. It's very easy for SKP to kind of identify where they will be playing and where to throw those grenades.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they seem to have done very well there. And actually, Alush, to be fair, in that final fight was pretty pivotal. Getting the knock onto one of the players at the back for Conqueror, slowing that down, which meant that the 2 players who had already committed to the fight on the front didn't have the backup that maybe they would have needed. I mean, maybe Vito would have had a better time of it with more pressure coming from those back lines. But, you know, we'll never know. Alush, again, getting into those final circles for the Super Young roster, keeping them in the conversation, doing very well as well.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about, John. Is, you know, Alush for him, it's not about getting the most points in the world, but as long as he can just force their way up the ladder, it's fine. I mean, he's got 3 other guys hanging off his arms, but even so, he's leaping from rung to rung. So happy days for Super Young roster indeed. They're going to be just fine. I would surmise during this league play if they continue to play the way that they are. Unicorns of Love, though, I think we absolutely need to talk about them because that game felt a lot better. I think my only I don't know what I would have really changed, because I think they set themselves in a position where if it had shifted up that west side and was slightly more comfortable, there was a massive chance at winning it. I think crossing that bridge was difficult, but they did it in the best way possible. Unfortunately, there was about 5 teams waiting for them there. This was great from Destiny, though, John. I think that their decision to immediately take on TSC was very smart.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of smart decisions being made in this game, where in this specific circle, where of course it's on the river, the crossings need to happen. It's the hardest part of the map, I would say, in terms of effectively navigating and consistently having a good result. So getting a good result here is a great stand-up there. You can see Super Young roster, they cut down Destiny during that as well, which was a really important team for them to take down. And actually, probably quite important in terms of allowing SKP to be fairly safe, because Destiny were on that side of the river too. They were one of the few teams who might have been able to challenge out SKP in that position, but the fact that Super Young roster took them out meant that they just had a clean sweep down the side to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think it was almost funny in a way, because Destiny turned around, taking down 1 player from Super Young roster, and then in that, Alush survived from underneath the bridge. I forgot about that, actually. So even more of a valiant approach from him. This was incredible from Fresh. Really well done, and almost gets the 3rd. And that would have been the most incredible thing to happen during this game if he had got that last player. But again, though, for talking about Destiny, they took a knock onto Super Young roster and then just didn't expect them to rear their head again. And the Lush just creeps through the water and finds the 3 of them, just constantly harassing them. So sad days for Destiny. I think they thought they dealt with the imposter off in the distance.
Yeah, we saw during those highlights there as well, just what Alush was able to do on the back line, actually force the backstop to turn around. and both players who were covering off angles immediately had to change their position, which might have allowed SKP more of an opening. But they're able to take the chicken dinner, they're able to get some points on board, and potentially one step closer to qualifying for the Super Weekend here as we get past the halfway mark of day one, week 2 of the PMPL Western Europe League play. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, the analyst desk will tell us just how well SKP team played that one.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2. I thought we were going to an interview video, but instead we're going to go to my lovely face, because why wouldn't you want to see that, ladies and gentlemen? It's probably the most attractive face that you have on your screen right now on that one monitor that you do have only PMPL open on. Clarissa Maxpan, now not the most beautiful face here, as Maxpan's going to be taking that title. We have another victory, a first-timer here for SKP. Well done by them, and again, we've had some crazy zones when it comes to this map.
Thought we lost Kalaris again there for a second to the Abyss, but
yeah,
hey, he got me again. I fall for those too quickly, man. But yeah, SKP able to finally get himself a win is good to see. It was a weird finish, don't get me wrong. A lot of teams fully committed to the Riverside, and they were with the team that actually put themselves in a strong position right off the bat. So I'm hoping we can see more of SKP, because the first week was very, very lackluster from them, but their team, just like the other teams that are newly involved in this PMPL, they need a little bit of time maybe to warm up to the lobby, but this is showing what this team can actually do in a proper game.
Yeah, brilliant stuff for them to control the position that they did. And to be honest, I had a lot of stock in Conqueror here in this game, considering their position, which, to be fair, TSC Sirens could have had if they'd have moved a little bit quicker up to that spot. But, you know, Skip Team looking very, very nice against Conqueror towards the end, when I thought Conqueror was going to have a significant advantage going into that final fight.
I mean, I thought Unicorns of Love were going to have a massive advantage as well. I think they had 10 kills and all 4 players left alive, and then just one zone shift, one bridge. You know, who wins? Unicorns of Love or one bridge? And clearly the bridge won.
Well, the problem, I suppose, is that, like, it's extremely rare that the circle would shift in their favor, considering the position that they were in, right? So I think they knew, even though they were fragging out and playing it well from that position, they knew they were always going to have an extremely difficult time to be able to eventually get across that bridge, eventually towards Watertown, and eventually try and find some semblance of a victory. It was going to be difficult, Max.
You talked about Conqueror, especially in that position. Now, you felt that Conqueror were going to take a win, and I thought that too, but I feel so bad again, because we look at TSC Sirens and we keep saying that this team that's not playing very aggressive and sometimes a little bit slow on the rotations. If they would have just been a minute or two quicker on taking that position from Conqueror, they could have been a team to actually make it into top 3. There was an opportunity, they didn't take it. We need to see, hopefully at some point, see TSC Sirens see these opportunities and take them instantly. If so, they might be able to improve, but right now it's definitely a part of the game just pulling them back.
What's the sound you're supposed to make when it's all one team and our top players, Claris?
Oh, there you go.
I'm a little disappointed with that, actually. I expect
what I
something
would
a little
do.
grander.
Okay, all right. Are these actually just the top players, or did we just show Conqueror? Because I looked at this, I was like, we're just showing
Top
Conqueror.
players.
But it's literally just the top players. All right, I'll think of something for next time, sorry.
Okay. Well, next time. It took over a season for us to get to happen one time. We'll see if we can maybe have it happen a second. Jammaz, Bina, and Vita all making it to top 3. Not 1,000 damage done for Jammaz just yet, but we can still see Conqueror put down a good game. And, you know, funny thing is that sometimes all you really need is that one good match to get yourself into the Super Weekend.
Yeah.
I will say, that's sort of surprising, though, right? Considering the amount of damage that Unicorns of Love was able to put up, then somehow, some way, Conqueror beat them in every facet. I am surprised by that, Max.
Yeah, it was mainly, as Jason said, right, it's down to that last circle shift that Unicorns of Love had to cross the bridge, and the bridge just completely destroyed them. How many players were in the water just as a one man? I think we had like 4 or 5 teams.
4 or 5.
Yeah, they just got naded after by SKP. It was definitely a circle shift, and when it's so late into the game, it is so much harder to react and be proactive to a hard circle shift that goes completely the opposite way. If it's phase 1, phase 2, until potentially phase 4, there is a chance to read the circle, find a way in, but when it's so late into the game and teams are already positioned in the compound, such as Conqueror, it's so hard to push, it is pretty much impossible to push it unless you have like some of the best engagers you can have.
I do empathize with them, because actually, given these kinds of circles, the bridge and then that kind of like embankment area is some of the better places to play, ridiculously, like in terms of just like slightly under the bridge, etc., and things like that. But once you all get caught in that meat grinder that it becomes, then hey, you get naded and then you get caught, and it's brutal.
That was SKP, if I remember correctly, right? That was nading them. Man, just imagine like how many points potentially SKP would have lost out on if they weren't in that position at the bridge and they didn't spot out the players there. I mean, they almost lost to Fresh, if you remember correctly, as he came out of the water, taking down 2 players. But we're taking a look now at the player stats here for SKP, and we want to see like who's the real standout. We haven't really focused on this team too much, but we see Rasho, 233 damage done. But we are seeing like a big discrepancy between like them and some other teams we focused on. Look at their average kills in particular. Only one player above 1.1, or I guess technically above 1, as you have Dilo there at 1 himself. I mean, we're not seeing much fragging power out of this team, but that's not just this team related. I mean, TSC Sirens as well have been really low on kill power.
It's not only that, you're going to look at their stats and you're going to be able to talk about their average survival time being drastically low, about the 15-60 minute mark. Some players I believe was like 17-18 minutes, and except for Dilo, which I'm pretty sure in saying that this was his first game in this PMPL, we haven't seen him play the first league play. He's actually helped out a lot, so I wonder if that's maybe down to the fact that Dilo was playing, maybe serving a role as an IGL, or at least trying to get some decision making done for the team. I would like to see, as more games go on, if Dilo actually has a really big positive impact for the team.
The wall towards the end against this river really helping out Skip Team a lot with the kind of position that they have to go up against Conqueror there. Of course, Conqueror has to push out of that, but here's the overall standings.
Yeah, Big sit in first place by 7 points. They've already passed that threshold of about 45 points plus or minus 2 we're looking for. So Big should be safe already into our second Super Weekend. But we're also seeing Team Doom, super young roster. I mean, I kind of want to pair SKP in with this one, but I'm still a little bit hesitant because we've only seen really one standout game from them. But we're starting to see some new names make it into the top 8.
Yeah. Unicorns of Love finally able to put himself on the top page this time around. Top 8. Of course, it is not close to the bubble. We said about 45 points plus or minus 2 points on top of that. So
I mean,
Unicorns of Love
they
still
got
need some more,
16
but-
out of their 20 from this match.
Exactly. So they can't afford to have another first game like that on Sanhok, right? They need to make sure that they can remain consistent. But as you said earlier, Jason, they're playing all these 4 games back-to-back. They've got 2 more games to go. If they can make sure they can close that gap to the 45-point margin, then they should be a lot more comfortable this time around to make it in the Super Weekend.
Very true. Let's actually take a look at our second page here of our other 8 teams. As we're going to see for Romanian Boys, Nexus Gaming. Nexus Gaming performing better so far in this Super Weekend, but Vodafone Giants and Destiny, I guess Vodafone Giants in particular, have not bounced back quite yet, Kalars, from that first Super Week.
No, not just yet. Again, though, to reiterate what we've said before, it is just top 16 that you're required to go through to that Super Weekend. But if you're seeing what would happen if we were to end it now, Game Lord, Exquisite Décode, nothing so far. A bit brutal.
That is very brutal indeed. We're going to be heading to our commentators now, though. It's going to be Blink and Imperium once again as we move back over to Sanhok for our second time of the day. It's going to be our 4th match, which means Group B is going to be sitting out. And Blink Imperium, I mean, let's talk about what we just saw at the very end. You have Game Lord, you have Exquisite Décode, 2 teams that Maxman point out, in particular when we started the day, pass his curse on to them, looking not good at all.
Yeah, obviously I'm not super worried about these 2 teams, but it certainly is a little bit worrying, right? Blank, I don't think I've ever seen Exquisite Décode being kind of so low in the standings across all of the kind of PMPLs this roster has played between the spring split and the fall split.
Yeah, I mean, for Exquisite Décode UK, things can get better. I'm not looking directly at them right now, to be honest.
Okay.
I think that they have what it takes. That's going out there. And I think that, you know, with time, they should either show us that, make it a Super Weekend, or they won't. I don't have too many worries for this team. I think there are people in this lobby that I would worry about a bit more. But I think that, you know, but I think for coming onto Sanhok, it's a little bit of an odd one because getting your momentum back on Sanhok is difficult. Because, you know, going from Erangel to Sanhok, it doesn't really give you a lot of time to like consider your mistakes, consider what you could do better, because you're coming into a map that's fairly it's fairly roll the dice sometimes, right, Imperium?
It's a little bit out of your control to an extent, for sure, Blank. But you do bring up a very good point about Game Lord and Exquisite Décode, that we shouldn't to an extent be worried about them. They have proven themselves so far in this PMPL. But like we saw with Unicorns of Love last week, that roster, at least in previous form, had proven themselves in Europe. Yet they failed to qualify for the Super Weekend. And as we are seeing so far, a few of the teams that struggled last week are stepping up to the plate a lot more. Look at SKP winning that last game in a pretty strong way.
Yeah, I think for SKP, you know what surprised me, Imperium, about SKP was that, you know, that last game, the last fight felt like not a fight between the top team and one of our lowest performing teams, but two teams that were going head to head on equal footing. And I think that's what was surprising to me, because it really showed me that I thought to myself, you know, SKP looks like a team that, you know, if they can get into an equal engagement and not have to worry about rotations, they look fine. And the way they dealt with a lot of problems, that situation was quick to the mark. And they made it happen. So for SKP, it was somewhat surprising for me, that game. So yeah, you are right. No one is down out on their luck yet. All these teams deserve to be here in the PMPL. They've all proven themselves to some extent. So it's just a matter of having that confidence to really show those skills. And for some of these teams who are coming in as a first timer into PMPL, you can be nervous. You know, Max pointed that out really well, and I think that it's something that rings true all the time. Just look at Game Lord, for instance. Like last season, they look worlds apart from their performance there now. But I would like to see a little bit more out of Game Lord this league play. I think it's been a bit odd to watch them play and not find so much success. But yeah, going back to my earlier point, I'm not particularly worried about them. I'll worry about them tomorrow, round 3, basically.
For sure, for sure. I absolutely love the PMPL clothing they have. It's not permanent. It's a limited thing for the run of the tournament, but I think it really kind of elevates it. It just makes the players look cooler in game, and yeah, when they are kind of beating out their opponents, they have a little bit more style. I know you are a Manus style, so I'm curious on what you think of the PMPL skins that they have.
Oh yeah, they're nice. They're cheeky. I've seen a 1/7's World Gaming wear something very similar to this back in Malaysia way back when. And he looked absolutely dashing in that thing. So, you know, similar look on the players too. They make it look good. And well, most of these players are also taller in game than 7 Worlds Gaming is, so they make it look better in that way as well.
Well, so it's not exactly a high bar to set, to be fair.
Wow.
I love you, 7 Worlds. I love you, man.
He's a dashing young man.
He is a dashing young man indeed. We haven't really talked so much about the circle. It is quite heavily on the west. This fight between Big, should I say, and SKP is breaking out on the coastal line of that northwest island. A strong opening for Big, gets 1, gets 2. SKP now down to just a duo.
Yeah, crumbling underneath the might of Big, to be fair. And really, they have been good. But caveat to this, where is this Big in Super Weekend? It's so odd to me. They suddenly, it turns topsy-turvy. I mean, on Erangel, they usually play like quite cautiously anyway, but even during these matches, they've been much more aggressive on Erangel, much more confident to take position. I would like to see this in Super Weekend. I hope it's not a case of nerves, because if it is, it's a shame. They look extremely strong. Bazzi harassing them from a ridiculous distance on the top of the mountain, so, you know, he's got his wits about him. He knows where he's looking.
And that Eastern Star spread is, like, massive. You've got Bazzi
Significant.
all on that northwest, and then Fury is all the way down in Trifecta Island. Trifecta Compound.
Yeah, they're covering all bases at the moment. We'll give them that. I mean, it's a bit awkward if one of their players goes down, but, you know, they do cover a lot of area currently. I think it's mostly due to the fact that, you know, it's very awkward to figure out where this circle is going to go with this shift. Being prepared in every facet is good, especially when you have to make that rotation down towards the Southwest Island. Being prepared with Fury down there is not a bad idea. And having Bazzi and Kapahala holding both sides of the mountain means that no matter what happens, if we get the shift up towards the northwest side, they should be able to cover Fury back up to that position anyway. There is a few fights going down. Nexus taking a lot of shots. TSC Sirens currently really giving them a lot of problems.
It's not often we see TSC Sirens in an early game engagement. The last time we saw it was the very last game of the Super Weekend, where Eastern Stars crashed in on them in outside of Nova, whereas this is definitely a lot different. It seems like it's a little bit more of a proactive TSC Sirens. An opportunistic knock, I would say, because it was as Bam was crossing the road, but you still take those, and the fact that they took those shots, execute that knock, turn it into a kill, is good. The worst thing now, or the worst thing they can do now, is lose a player themselves, which has been the case.
I think that for TSC Sirens, we can take this back to the last Sanhok we watched them play, where they engaged in a similar fight versus Excuse Me, in which case that fight dragged on forever. I think TSC Sirens get the first initial knock elated, but don't really know what to do with it afterwards, unfortunately. Game Lord currently struggling. They have lost Victor, but will get back up shortly. They're able to rebuff the 4 Romanian Boys approach for the time being. But 4 Romanian Boys scoot back to one another with the warped on the floor. Not giving a lot of cover, but it is some.
There is further back in the distance. I would like to see him maybe move a little bit more forward and create a bit of a distraction, but that double knock from Victor with the nade. Boom goes the dynamite, and that is 4 Romanian Boys put down heavily to the ground. Just Sarah left on his own. Well executed double nade from Victor there.
Yeah, I feel it was Narvalo actually who dropped the nade on them.
Was it?
Was it Victor? I thought
I'm
it was
pretty
Narvalo
sure it's
before.
Victor.
I think it was Victor. I think you're right, Imperium. But yeah, beautiful nade. That is Victor to a T. Took a knee, but came back swinging, which is absolutely fine. It's what we expect from Victor. He went down early last game and kind of stunted Game Lord's approach after that. And I think that does happen quite frequently, though I do believe that the rest of the team is becoming more and more confident to play without Victor on side. Narvalo in particular is probably one of my favorite players from that team. He seems very humble. I managed to chat to him just a little bit, but he's ready to prove himself. And I think that's a major thing. As long as you've got that fire in your heart, fire in your spirit, you're happy to go. And I want to continue seeing Narvalo blaze throughout this PMPL.
Couldn't agree with him more. The Sirens have opened that door a little bit more heavily onto Nexus. They got a second kill onto Rana, so even though they're still in the blue, and I really loved that point you brought up about the Sirens in terms of how any engagement they're in, 9 times out of 10, it lasts forever, at least from Eos's side. If the other team is aggressive, it's a different story. But Unicorns Love, they're looking to be aggressive, moving up the hill onto Extreme Slayers. Maybe getting caught out a little bit. Happy with the knock on the GK. Lin is well knocked down on the other side. And just got one on the hill. Freshie's going to get knocked down. And Rokas, he's left on his own. I'm forced to ask, what kind of rotation was that?
I think that the real question there is, what kind of rotation was that from Pappy? That is an insane flank from him. Gets behind all 3 players and practically takes them down on his lonesome. So Unicorns of Love left high and dry by an incredible play from Pappy during that game. And I think they were so preoccupied with the 3 players on that side, they never saw Pappy coming.
Yeah, Rokas is still able to save the game in some way, shape, or form. Is going to be dealing with the blue for the time being. That phase 2 popped up blank, and the LMV, they pulled off a big boy botation all the way from the northeast over onto the western side of that northwest island. Done quite quickly. They are going to be going right near the arms of Big and SKP, while TSC and SYR going to be dealing with each other down by the ruins area of the map. An initial knock onto TSC and a kill will put them down to just 2, but result, he was always going to be a little bit on his lonesome in that area of the map, and that's why the rest of the team are focusing now on Tam Tam inside that building. 1 on the inside, 1 on the outside. Lush gets Tam Tam, and that leaves it with just 1 player up for TSC.
Yeah, TSC struggling now. I feel like Result almost knew that he was going to die in that situation, because just before he went down, able to drop a smoke on his own body. So, play to him. He's like, well, if I'm going out in a bloom of smoke. You'll never find me here. Result drops back towards the bridge side, and Ali continues to put the pressure on. TSC looking to get the res in. It's time for Super Young Rosters a push, basically. They don't want to let TSC get 2 of their members back up again, but I think they are just waiting it out. They are further towards the blue, further towards the zone center than TSC currently are.
Seemed like they were heading towards getting the revive on the Result, which I think overall would be a bad idea. Clearing out this fight, like you mentioned to me, is a much bigger priority, because if that circle shifts down south, as Faker takes a bit of damage, that puts that bridge area of the map under a lot more pressure, where teams from that northwest island will be able to third party them. So that's where SYR are indeed going to push a little bit more heavily. If Tony is knocked down, Jaja's left on his own. He has the peak of the hill. He's going to try and pre-fire, just get a knock on the Lucia. Second one secured, close, but no cigar. Aliyah comes out to get the kill.
That was unlucky, let's put it that way. It could have gone a lot worse, but that will slow them down massively. You can see Extreme Slayers, Pappy looking over towards Super Young Ross's position now. That fight needs to end a little bit sooner without the knock coming through. I think you're right, though. Like, that fight is pushed by the fact that the way this circle works, all the players down towards the southwest island, they've got to come in soon. Rolka still out in the blue, down towards Sami, so far away. Just on cue, we get the map up so you can see exactly where he is. Nexus, not wanting to have anything to do with one another. Doobie as well as Creator on either side of Paradise Resort at the moment, which is, you know, friendship is key, guys. At the end of the day, you have to believe it.
Like many of my relationships, just Doesn't want to see me. Anyway. Yeah, I know. Gotta roast myself. Gotta pull out that Max kind
Is
of,
that
you
a
know,
relationship?
that Max. No,
else?
well, it's something else. Self-deprecation. It's a wonderful thing. The phase 3 shifts up north. It is going to solidify on that northwest island. The mountain finished from Eastern Stars seems to be setting them up for a ginormous victory once again, like we saw from that Sanhok game. I think it was last weekend in a super weekend. Just having that control on that mountain is so important for Eastern Stars.
Yeah, and they played it well as well. They had the trifecta compound in Fury. They were able to lead their boy back up into the mountains as soon as they saw the shift, and it was done extremely quickly as well. Realistically, all eyes on them, but very difficult to make this approach versus this team when they hold so much of this position. I think things will start to get a little bit hairier for them towards the end of the game, where they find many teams rocking up to their doorstep, asking for just one crumb of land, please. You know, I don't know if Eastern Stars are willing to share.
Please, sir. May I have some land, sir? Please.
Just a small bit of mountain, please.
I won't take up much of your time. I won't be here for long, just for the next 5-10 minutes, please.
I just hope to go out in 5th, please. Okay, this could go on all day, and I would enjoy every second of it. We're going to get back to the game. Champions Club down towards a decent compound on the southeast of the circle, actually. This compound has afforded a few teams a couple of wins before, especially when you get that cruel southeast shift on the circle itself. Doesn't always work out in favor. I mean, it provides a good position for the time being, but no one's taken up that compound just south of Bazzi. An incredible one, to be sure. You know, it's like second best to the mountain, right? You got a lot of cover from the guys from the mountain because you got the roof above your head, and also you could see out down towards the coastal side. So the fact that no one's taken this is a bit worrying to me. But hopefully someone can find position in it soon.
I think it's a product of that previous phase still being so heavily around the trifecta that teams were a little bit uncertain about committing so deeply into that Northwest Island. And now that it has shifted, we're seeing so many teams fight with each other on the edge of the circle. We saw Destiny in the kill feed in a bad way against Exquisite Décode, right? You have Champions Club around there. Now Vodafone Giants are joining in the mix. TSC Sirens coming in from the boot camp area. Never mind what we're seeing with SYR and Xtreme Slayers. So all edge of circle battles as we close out phase 3.
I will bet all my money that Super Young Ross is going to take that compound up. They know all the best compounds, and I'll be disappointed if they don't head towards the bottom of the mountain. Alicio does get a nice nade over towards Bardo. Another Molotov goes through, and it's just Exquisite Décode UK looking fantastic as before. This is a clean fight from them, and this is what we were both waiting for, right, Imperium?
Yeah, about time the normalized Exquisite Décode team showed up. Reznov sent it across the river earlier on, so that's a little bit of an anchor point. And it's really important. I know he doesn't want to be too overly aggressive, but I think it's important that he becomes that distraction point. But that phase 4 shift, again, very similar to last weekend's Sanhok game where Game Lord finished in second. They had the shack and Eastern Stars ended up winning.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's one of the things where a lot of these compounds can afford you good place, but Exquisite Décode UK looking like they're coming back online now. Eastern Stars, still a great position for them. I think now it's really a case of just holding out the south side because it's easily done to hold up the north side of this mountain range, Imperium.
Yeah.
But really your worry is about people coming up from behind you. So you want to wait until this circle fully encloses. You can see the players slowly trickling up past Camp Alpha on that coastal side. Exquisite Décode UK just about making it through. And Xtreme Slayers left out in the blue, alone, sad, afraid.
That sounds definitely a little bit depressing.
It is.
The way you say that. God, I feel a little bit sorry for him, but the show must go on. The show must go on for everybody else. You know, there's no time for sadness in this PUBG mobile game. This is Sanhok. The team should be a little bit prepared for it. LMV, they had the rotation come on through. They survived as a 4-person team. They're moving through Camp Alpha for the time being. Exquisite Décode, they're making their way up the mountain. And SYR didn't go to that Camp compound that we kind of both thought they would go. They stuck to the more roadside area, and that's kind of benefiting them compared to SKP and LMV.
Why get out? Why get out? Why? You're safe inside. He's dead. No. It's like he went down, looked his teammate, and took his seatbelt off. What are you doing? That's totally uncool. Oh dear me. Super aggressive. I think they did go to that compound for a reason, right? Though, because it looked like as if they were heading to that location. I can't be sure though.
It did.
But then the northern shift came through, and they're like, you know what, we need to get towards that top side. It's where most of the victories are won on this map.
Yeah, it was great awareness and great reaction by them, or I would even nearly say proactivity. They have Sirens, 4 kills in this game, still up as a 3-person squad. They moved relatively quickly enough. They've gotten ahead of Destiny. They're moving up the side of the mountain. This is a really improved performance from Deus. We haven't had that much positive things to talk about them, being perfectly honest, but I think this game at least is a big plus in my eyes.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think that the fact they're in this circle after taking an early fight is credit where credit's due.
Exactly.
I dislike it when it takes forever for it to happen. All these teams are just falling right now. Eastern Stars, they haven't had to go anywhere whatsoever, and they're just holding on the mountainside. It's a very easy game for them, right? But they have played it well. I like the beginning of the game for them. I like their rotations from there, but it's happening.
You got one, you got a couple of the Destiny players, but you didn't finish off probably the most dangerous Destiny player, and that's Mizarro. He's a solo saint. He's the man, the myth, the legend, right? Going back from PMPL Season 1, where he clutched up so many performances for Destiny in the likes of the Miramar games. Well, in this Sanhok, he's doing the exact same thing. Gets a couple of kills onto the Deus Sirens players, while Norozio is looking down at the bottom of the barrel of Sakura's half-health ridden body, and nade being thrown up. But first aid is pulled out, but just like that, Norozio does wonders for that. Takes out somebody from behind, and now they can focus on what's in front of them.
Yeah, there's a pretty clean headshot going through as well, Imperium. Robs from Game Lord. I think Game Lord found themselves in pretty much the exact position they found themselves in before. Yep. But this time it's just the 3 of them. Robs, Akashi, and Victor. Before it was Narvalo. I think it was Robs and Victor before. I can hopefully try and pull something off here, but Akashi being out in the blue and just the 2 players, that is Robs and Victor, still alive here. So these guys know how to go far on Sanhok, that's to be sure, but Eastern Stars, it's going to be very hard to dismount these guys from their position. Game Lord just huddling for safety, hoping to ladder up at this point.
Last player from Big, Swave, is also doing the same thing. Hogan the side of the cliff. Baker's super young roster being picked apart by the beautiful
he'll take that
player of Kapahala. And yeah, was that Swave that stole that kill?
I think it was, yeah. Victor's moving around there, has heard these shots. Swave will have heard the footsteps as well. Swave is really, really good when it comes to being the final player on the team. I can't remember what team it was. I think it was Team Umbra for Swave, where he was literally the last player alive so many times as well, where he was bringing them to victory. That's a great nade. Victor goes low. Potential for a swing out here.
Beautiful. He swings it in. He does get that nade. Has to go for the pre-fire, but he misses Robs. He does try to confirm the kill, but he gets taken out. It was a great effort from Sway. Maybe he could have held back a little bit, but I appreciate the push.
Yeah, me too. I think Robs was caught out in the open. Alush goes down to Kapahala. Oh, this game is too free for the Eastern Stars. 9 kills as well. It's almost certain that these guys will be going through to the Super Weekend. And, you know, I think that, yes, this is a kind of a free game for them, but they almost made it as free as it was.
Ooh, okay. He does get a kill. Akashi saving it a little bit, just a little bit. Robs with that knock on the Fury on the top of the mountain. Akashi is healing up. You know, it is, yes, of course, a one-done game from Eastern Stars, but it's nice to see that Game Lord players aren't, like, giving up and they're trying to capture an extra kill here or there.
I mean, that's Rob's getting the kill onto Fury, so another kill going towards their way, but almost impossible now for Robs to win the game. Bazi's just going to go look for the kill, but the rest of the team, they're on the other side. It's too easy. That's an Eastern Stars win there, and Jesus Christ, they've had a good day, Imperium.
I try not to kind of use the whole circle look as a reason why teams win a game, but if there was ever a free win, that was it. Like that was probably the easiest win for Eastern Stars in this PMPL, what will be ever, to be honest. Like, there's not much more you can say about it in that sense.
Yeah. I think it felt easy though. Most of the time when you see those kind of shifts, you do see a lot of challengers approaching that mountainside to try and take down the people on the top side who have crowned themselves king of the mountain. But you'll often have like maybe those teams split up and maybe share the mountain and then have to take a fight towards the end. And realistically, it's hard to hold all of the different points on that mountain, and they had to make the 4-man split. The fact that they're able to play conservatively enough to keep all their members alive without having to rush to one another's aid, whilst also playing aggressive enough to basically push back any of the assailants trying to scale that mountain itself, was incredible to say the least. And I think that you point out really well towards the beginning of the game, Imperium, which was that big split they had, which afforded them so much control over that side of the map and allowed them to immediately reconverge on the mountainside itself. So yes, very free, but also much freer than it could have been if they weren't playing as well as they were.
Yeah, of course. A lot of teams in similar situations and similar positions probably would crumble. But I would also say, compared to maybe other regions or other situations, we're not really seeing as many teams take risky plays of, let's say, full sending up the mountain or full sending onto a compound. We're seeing a little bit more kind of, oh, well, we've lost our moment, we've lost the timing, so let's just play a little bit more passive and play edge of circle. And I know those shifts are a little bit tricky, but I would like to see a few more teams go for broke a bit more and kind of say, okay, well, the timing might not be right, but let's just go for this mountain position. Let's just go for this compound crash and see what happens.
Yeah, take some risks. I think that, you know, as we head into our Tech and Super Weekend, I think it's time to take those risks, because if you haven't made it in already, it's time to make it in now. If you're Unicorns of Love, you can't afford to be going out like that. Not watching your back is almost sinful in PUBG Mobile, right? It's painful to watch sometimes, but I will think that, you know, maybe a little bit more aggression from these guys. Maybe you need to realize that whoever's got this off the mountain, it doesn't make them invincible. It just makes them very, very hard to kill.
It's a good game for the super young roster in terms of the engagement they got on to
again.
TSC and Aloosh specifically. I think it was just a bit of a product of unfortunate timing with how teams are coming in around them from the southwest side, and you pointed out really nicely as well. They didn't suffer as much as maybe Vodafone Giants or Destiny, but it still certainly wasn't easy for them.
No, it wasn't easy for them at all, and I think that, you know, they were pulled which way and that way just to make it into the circle itself. And there were a few moments where they were struggling to get in anyway because of people behind them. I think that massive southern migration really caused a problem for most teams, in fact. Here we can see Bazzi. I mean, it was very easy for him from this position. Not much anyone could do. Here's that fight between Mazzaro, players from TSC Sirens, and there was a good block actually coming through from Yatum.
It was a good block, but once again, I feel like that was a little bit, you know, I have to give credit once again to Deus for how well they were moving through that game and how at least a little bit more proactive they looked. But again, that maybe slight lack of experience shining through, whereas they gotten a kill onto a Destiny player. Why weren't they just a little bit more quickly prepared to find the last Destiny player? Because when it's a knock and a flush, you know there's still at least one more player left, right? So it seemed like they got caught off guard when they probably shouldn't have.
This fight could have gone very differently as well between Swave as well as Gamelord. I didn't quite understand what was happening there because from my point of view, it looked like Victor was shooting out of his body at Swave, and I was like, how the hell is he doing that? He's surely he's down, but it's good to see that alternate angle there. That in fact it was 2 players taking a fight with Swave in that last location, and it's just unfortunately that Swave was the one who got hounded by 2 guns rather than Robs being hounded by both. So Swave could have gone further. He definitely could have gone further.
Yeah, well, look, Swave is the kind of player where it nearly takes more than one player to take him down. That's how good he can be. Well, we're also going to go for a break. The end of the game has happened, and after the break, the desk, Jason, Max, and Calaris will break it all down.
Well, welcome back yet again, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Season 2, as we are now going to be moving into our final round of the day. But before that, I'm going to remind you guys that Eastern Stars, their second chicken dinner of the day, are pretty much carrying the momentum they had from the 4 wins they had in the Super Weekend back into Week 2. And well played by them in general. But let's be honest, as I bring in Calaris and Max, man, the place they had, it's pretty damn hard not win from there.
But
Pretty good, Max.
yeah, it's pretty good. It's the most insane position you could hope in a circle like that. But we were talking about it, Calaris, right? How is Eastern Stars the only team that doesn't even drop on that island, by the way, is always the first team to be in a position like that. It is so hard to push late on a position like that. It's way easier to move away. I think that a team, especially like Team Big, could find these opportunities to go there so early and hold on to that position, and in that case be the team to take the win home. But Eastern Stars are just ahead of the rest, it seems, when it comes to a circle like that.
Hey, 26 points, great for them, good stuff. But do you want me to go in on this? Let's talk about this silly situation, all right? Eastern Stars, as you say, they roll up on that hill and they are split 1-1-1-1. Fantastic, great for them, good stuff. But have we not learned anything from Sanhok? Any circle, any first or second circle that has that mountain in it, if there's any potential of that going up there, you probably want to have some stake of that pie. You want to be having, like, even if you rock up as 4, like relatively early, and Eastern Stars is split 1-1-1-1, you can probably take out one person, and then you're guaranteed in the 3v4 situation against Eastern Stars. This is the absolute most valuable place in that circle, and Eastern Stars had it for free for so long, Jason, so long.
Well, hey, I even talked about how they could just send one player to drop there, and they could just facilitate transition if they want. If then as a fact is going to go up there, but exactly, they drop on the island. I don't know. I'm just hoping they're going to watch their segment and say, okay, you know what? Yes, we were small brain. Let's try drop there now.
Well, we can see, again, Unicorns to love down to the bottom. Credit to super young roster, though. I mean, I guess off the back of Alush, mostly they've been able to survive for so long, getting towards more and more placement points to help get them more secure when we get into our second Super Weekend. But we see Gamelord as well, and Exquisite Décode finally having a good match under their belts. Those 2 teams were out of the contention, at least at the time, for the Super Weekend.
I feel like Super Young roster has a pretty decent grasp of where they want to go on Sanhok. If you think about their first game, they were in that trifecta location and then eventually crossed over the river. And then this game as well, they find themselves a decent plot of land to stage a game from. Alush, you were mentioning, Max, looking pretty good across today's games.
Yeah, the worst part of Sanhok when you're playing a game is when you're forced across the river. If you are the first team to rotate, I mean, that's what we saw with Eastern Stars going for the Northwestern Island really early. But Super Young roster, they want to make sure or we cross early or we get a position where if the circle is a hard shift, we can instantly transition and make sure we get in a strong position right at the get-go. That is what's been working out so far for this team. I think they got one of the best mindsets mindsets when it comes to Sanhok, where teams say, oh, it's all about third parties, all about circle luck. It isn't. If you're proactive and you try and set yourself up for the next circles, you have a clear chance of being consistent on the map. And I think that super young roster are showing that it is possible to be strong on the map like Sanhok.
Well, I mean, there you go, Max. You wanted to cut a Lucian. You want to look at his average survival time compared to the rest of his team. 3 minutes, pretty much, is actually a lot of extra time. And honestly, that's a lot of placement points, especially like the distance they're getting, right? If it was like, okay, he had 15 minutes, the rest of the team had 12, not a big deal. But if the rest of the team has about 20 and he's at 23, that's a good chunk of points that he's getting for his team.
I see so much potential with this team. When you have Alush able to always survive until the later stages of the game, very similar to Reznov for Exquisite Décode UK, and now we saw the rest, Will, Alicio actually joining up with him a little bit more. I want to see something similar for Super Young roster, especially when we look back in the Super Weekend. Result, absolute death machine when it comes to those nades. Ali from time to time getting some really good clutch moments. If these two players, of course, was Faker and his experience in the EMEA Championship in the World League, but if this entire roster can make it to the late game, I think they could close off games. But this is one of the other teams that has to warm up to the lobby a little bit. But I think given the time, and if they can make it there as a 3 or 4 man team, I think wins aren't out of the question for them.
True. Yeah, Ali's continued to do well. I mean, you saw him result in terms of knocks as well as kills there. It's not quite as been as smooth sailing as the Super Weekend, but as long as, 50% of your roster with, say, Alush compared to Result, he's actually stepping up here, then it's enough to be able to push them onto the next phase.
Well, speaking of next phase, I'm pretty sure another we're going to be talking about here is pretty much qualified into the Super Weekend now with 2 chicken dinners done. Eastern Stars, they have just maintained momentum from the Super Weekend, and I want to actually see what are their stats like? Are they actually playing better or worse or about the same compared to the previous Super Weekend? Because this team is looking good. I'm just worried, will they run out of steam as we get later on? And well, we can see they're improving since the Super Weekend.
Yeah, really good start here, we have to say. But one thing that especially Kalaris was talking about while we were watching this game, they are using subs really actively, which is very interesting to see from this team because they've got quite a few subs that they're playing with, and they're giving themselves the opportunity to get more experience. And I think that especially in the league play, when you start off with a chicken dinner, you're feeling comfortable when it comes to qualifying to the Super Weekend, use this as an opportunity to make the subs play and keep themselves ready to go at any single opportunity. And that might hurt their stats, but in general, the stats are still strong. 2 chicken dinners at this point, 7.5 average kills, which is nuts when you think about it. I think the Eastern Stars are just they know they're qualified, and now they're just trying to heat themselves up and get even more ready for the Super Weekend.
Oh man, imagine there's a world now, right, where they're already qualified for the Super Weekend and they start hot dropping Unicorns of Love to deny them a chance.
Yeah.
I mean, quite honestly, Jason, if I was team leader of a team like this that has already qualified for a Super Weekend, I'd do that. Like, there might be this weird gentleman's agreement in PUBG Mobile where everyone goes to their drop spot and then they play the game out and maybe we'll see you down the road. But no, I want to shut down those good teams. I don't want them in my Super Weekend, especially if you're looking at Unicorns of Love as a potential threat down the line to actually, take that PMGC spot. Although, I will say, my confidence in Unicorns of Love is constantly being dashed again and again and again. This game didn't do them any favors either here, Jason.
Yeah, it honestly didn't click for them. They have 1 match left to go today. We'll put it up on your screen so you can see what it's going to be. And, well, as it comes up, I'll tell you, it's going to be over on Erangel with Group A sitting out. So last chance here for Unicorns of Love, though they have put up a bunch more points than they previously did. I think the first day alone, they were on about like 8 points until the final match where they really were able to show up. But Eastern Stars, I mean, I guess the upside is for the lobby with them not playing, other people can finally get a chicken dinner today.
They're going to be able to share a little bit of a piece of this one, though. I'm actually really intrigued because when you're looking at Group E, right, you've got some pretty big names when it comes to, especially today, you've got super young roster, but Romanian Boys has been, I would say, pretty silent today. And we talked about this team coming in really hot. Don't forget, this team qualified through a PMCO, and this is their first time playing at this kind of level. Was the first week just a really big outlier, and now they might go down a little bit? We'll have to see, but for Romanian Boys, I think they need to make sure that they are looking strong like they did in week 1.
Yeah, that's a good point. They kind of like not one-hit wonders, but Romanian Boys have really not shown the same kind of fortitude and the same kind of strength we saw in week 1. And I mean, to be fair, it's been 1 day. Like, you could have a bad day, something like that. But I guess our eyes will have to turn to tomorrow when they come back for teams to really bounce back into this. But it's also time to bring in our commentators here for the last round of the day. We got John and Imperium join me once again on YouTube. I'm sorry, Kalaris and Max, but I'll chat with you backstage, as Kalaris said earlier on, in just a few moments. But John and Imperium, man, we've had so many teams step up. Imperium, I know you're a big Unicorns of Love fan. I saw on your Instagram you were out with some people from UL not too long ago, just chatting, meeting up with them. How are you feeling about, your confidence-wise about them today?
Yeah, I'm a little bit similar to Calaris in terms of every single game it's starting to go kind of more downhill, and I'm starting to shift my expectations in terms of not top 4, top 3 to top 10, top 16. To me, that's what I'm looking at because of how inconsistent, how poorly they're performing. I still believe they can make this super weekend, but it's going to be a struggle bus to get there.
Yeah, might be. It certainly needs to put their best foot forwards. I mean, Jason, thank you so very much. I mean, we've had quite the insight, but we're getting towards the end of the day right now. I'm pretty excited for the last game.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm hyped. It's been a hell of a day. Eastern Stars have pulled out some massive performances across the board. That last game was definitely a lot easier for them when it came to the circle shifts. But this last game, when we're looking at teams that are down and towards the bottom 4, I know there's only one more league day, but for me, it's about them really ending on a bit of a high note, getting out of that bottom 4 and giving them a much brighter light coming into tomorrow's games.
Yeah, need to try and put your best foot forward, get as many points on the board as you can. Obviously, that cutoff still sits at around the 45-point mark. Last week, I think it went down a little bit lower than we expected, down to 42. So maybe a little bit of an outlier there. But again, this week, that's the sort of numbers of points you want to be putting up. So today, if you've got, say, 27 points, something like that, or a little bit more, preferably, obviously, you're going to be looking all right here for this day's performance. The question is, can you carry that over into tomorrow's games? And right now, there are quite a few teams who are sort of on that line to get those averages to pump themselves over the line. Unicorns of Love, though, falling a little bit short, currently 22 points at the start of this game, which of course means that they're going to need to double that up and do a little bit more as well. So last game, very important to them to get as many points on the board for this final game of the day.
And I also loved what Kalara said on the desk about Eastern Stars dropping down on teams to try and take that pressure away, or at least make it a little bit better for Eastern Stars coming into the PMGC spot. Because, yeah, you can have your friendliness outside of the game, you can have your supporting each other outside of the game, but at the end of the day, it's every man, woman, child, team, body for themselves in the game. And you have to take that control. I've mentioned it already once today, and if I was Eastern Stars, it wouldn't be Unicorns of Love, because with all due respect, I don't think Unicorns of Love are at that threat level stage at the moment. It would be Conqueror, Exquisite Décode, even Vodafone Giants. Look to try and hot drop on one or all 3 of those teams between the last game today and the 4 games tomorrow to try and take them out of the Super Weekend, or at least send that message coming into Super Weekend number 2.
Message might need to be sent, but the circle southwest here to kick things off for the final game of the day. Not too many teams out that far to the west, obviously the plane path being a little bit over on the eastern side of the map. LMV trying to beat their path towards Primorsk, where they have found themselves quite a few times before. Hang on a minute, TSC Sirens, they're in a different drop spot again. Let's see where they are. They're in near Severny. Maybe they're going to go all the way out to Zaki and swing out wide, but it looks like Severny is open, obviously, with Big not in this game. Yeah. It is a drop spot.
Yeah, I also did make that low-key mistake about Eastern Stars, and they're not in this last game, so that's apologies on my eyes. I still stand by my point of hot dropping on teams to try and put the pressure on them in terms of the Super Weekend. But SKP and Game Lord right now towards Yasnaya. The last Erangel game that both of these teams clashed around Yasnaya, it was SKP that came out on top, but that was a little bit further into the game. Right now, with that 2-2 split, John, I prefer SKP's position because they have a little bit more of an elevation point, whereas if you look at Narvello, he's much further back. He's not really on any kind of high ground, so his support line is a lot weaker compared to SKP's.
Which probably indicates that they might not want to take the fight. I mean, it's unlikely that Game Lord want to scrap this early, need to keep those points coming in, need to keep adding up on the tally, starting the game 20 points. You just want to see yourself a little bit safer. SKP, they're probably more willing to take the fight at this stage with 31 points at the start of the game. So getting a team out of the way, getting a couple more points on board, great. If you lose this game because of it, I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? You've already had a pretty decent showing. You're only going to need maybe 20 points tomorrow. So hopefully...
Although,
all right, even if they go down, but they're not taking the fight either way because Game Lord disengage.
Plus, I would argue that okay, right now SKP are definitely looking quite healthy, but can they really presume they're going to get 20 points tomorrow? Right? They didn't qualify for the Super Weekend, so there possibly is that doubt in their mind of being able to pull out the results needed tomorrow. So I would advise SKP to just play their own game, not look for the engagement right now. Plus, that Phase 1 circle is quite tricky to enter into if you leave it too late or if you get the timing wrong for them. Right now, you have, in apartments that's on the very edge of the circle. You have ChasMac starting to come in as well. Never mind the fact that teams who are directly around them outside the circle, TSC, Exquisite Décode, it's going to be a little bit trickier for SKP to move into this Phase 1 for sure. So taking that fight wouldn't have been the best idea, to say the least. One area of the map that I want to see a team really control is that hillside to the north of Ferry Pier, John. Xtreme Slayers are heading across that western bridge, but if you get early control on that area, I think you're setting yourself up for a very good game.
I mean, there's so much room on that hillside as well, right? You've got probably space for maybe up to 3 teams if you're playing a little bit kinder to the people nearer you. But in general, you want someone who is controlling that ground. And to be honest, a lot of these teams on the east, they're going to be in such a traffic jam that I wouldn't be surprised to see a rotation break down across the military island and try and swing through both of those bridges. I mean, it would be a bold call, but if you've been tracking where all the parachutes are, you know that the ground around Pachinki, around Potato Hill, is going to be heavily occupied. And I know it's a risk. I know it's a bit of an off-the-wall strategy, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I feel like there is potential that it's a viable option.
I love that. I love that because I'm the first to kind of give out those viable options as excuse me.
I mean that's full style points there for Costi. I have to say that was quite spectacular. Vin Diesel could never.
Vin Diesel could never reach that level of style. Yeah, is that what you're trying to say? I like that.
I mean, yeah, he can never. What can you say? It feels like these last 2 games are just the games where you drive off the edge of a cliff and see what happens, right? Like that seems to be the meta now, I guess. First Champions Club and now this.
For family, you know? You do it for family.
Got teammates, I got family. That's my best Vin Diesel impression. You can take that to the bank.
One thing that I find interesting though about excuse me is like no less than 30 seconds before that I was highlighting how they were on the northeastern edge of the circle and they go for a deep full send like that. I'm okay with it, but if you're gonna do it, stop a little bit before to do some scouting and then decide where you want to go, where it's quite obvious that Cassius is like, I'm just going down by the side of the road, mainland, let's head towards the military road. Oh wait, there's a team, no, and then jumps off the cliff. It's just like, what do you expect? Look at this Phase 1, of course his area is going to be priority for a team.
But he's alive.
True.
Costi's alive. He lives. Goodness me. I mean, to be fair, it's not the best of spots for him. Not too much to be able to do there, but alive nonetheless. The rest of the team's trying to break out to the west. You've got Conqueror moving a little bit further. 4 Romanian Boys, I feel like they've been quite proactive in this move, as well as ChasMac Gaming now taking control of Gatka Fields for 4 Romanian Boys, and that is a pretty heavy feature of this next circle.
ChasMac were like shelter prison area, and they went from all the way there to kind of very western side of this phase 1. It's an intelligent rotation because the western side of the phase 1 was always going to be less congested, at least holding and controlling it. You highlighted about the craziness of what was going to be that east and maybe going for an alternative rotation through the military island. But that phase 2 shifted back up to northeast. Potato Hill becomes a lot more of a viable control point. That south Pachinki Hill as well. I think Vodafone Giants made a bit of a mistake by committing too deep down to a coastal line, whereas if they had held onto the Pachinki Hill area, it would have made their phase 2 stranglehold a little bit more viable. At the end of the day, they committed to it, but they've left it open for TSC.
Unicorns of Love, they're out on the east. They're still in the blue. They're playing late for this one. I mean, it didn't really work out for them on the earlier Sanhok that we had in the first day, just trying to come in a little bit later. But on Erangel, they had a little bit more success so far. Still plenty of time. It's only phase 2. They'll be able to get in fairly safe. Team Doom left their hold on the eastern bridge really quite sharpish and moved to the hills, to the cliff sides near the south of Farm, as they wanted to just get into this next circle. Conqueror, they moved a little bit further up north, and now they're controlling the hillsides around Pachinki.
Curious to see how SYR are gonna enter into the circle from the northwestern side outside of Gaka right now. The pretty solid rotation in. We're looking at 4 Romanian boys though. They are trying to at least breach onto TSC's Pachinki Hill position. They've got an opening knock onto Euphoria. Don't know if he's going to be... Yeah, he is being revived by Tam Tam, so that should come out quite nicely. But I do like that little bit of proactivity for 4 Romanian boys in phase 2. Yes, it's making a bit of noise, but you're very much suppressing your opponents, which means that if the next circle shifts once again towards Pachinki Hill, it makes that potential of engaging on them a little bit easier, a little bit stronger, and of course, you're going to be that extra quick on that play.
That's what it's all about, being faster on these plays. As the lobby's got a little bit more centralized, being faster is all the more important. I mean, we started things out with these lobbies being very, very edge-based, as people weren't too willing to send themselves towards the center, and I feel like that's where 4 Romanian boys really capitalized, is that they were one of the few teams that were doing that. But now you have other teams being proactively central. Feels like the story has changed a little bit. 4 Romanian boys haven't really been towards the forefront of the conversation, despite, what was it, they got like 4 chicken dinners in 5 games or something like that, or 3 and 4, something incredible. And since then, it hasn't really been the same team.
No, it hasn't really. It's not really. Unicorns of Love, they're still together as a full squad. John, that's a good sign.
That's good.
Good sign. I think, I know that sounds like a little bit harsh and it sounds a little bit evil, but with how slow they've been to react to some of the circles, how they moved in a little bit blindly sometimes, and simply put, their performances have been so poor that I'm very happy to see them as a full squad at this kind of stage of the game and not have a player down. Yes, the circle shifts have definitely kind of benefited them so far because they've had less movement time that they needed to pull out, so their position inside the circle is a lot better. But you can see Exquisite Décode and Game Lord, 2 teams who got a good result, a very much needed result in the last game, vying for Potato Hill.
Both trying to control it, and they're both going to have to leave it. The circle shifts heavy southwest at the moment. Akashi trying to hold the hillside. Alicio does get knocked, but in the meantime, the rest of the team just flood on over. There's really not a lot you can do here. Narvalo not going to be able to hold that angle, fall off for Game Lord, and head out on the rotate. Unicorns of Love trying to sneak past Vito right now. Conqueror not going to hold them out here. Instead, they have a duo a little bit further down the line. Actually, the eastern side of this circle is starting to empty. A lot of teams on the southwest right now. You've got TSC Sirens, LMV, Champions Club as well, all trying to hold in those hillsides that you were talking about, the Vodafone Giants as well, those hillsides to the north of Ferry Pier. And this is what you wanted to look at.
I think Giants have 1 on the hill and 3 in the compound. No, all 4 are in the compound. It's good. Gotta be careful though if you don't watch your back and try and third party in some way, shape or form coming through this phase 3 blue zone closing in. You might find yourself under a little bit more pressure. I like this from LMV though. They do control the hillside and they push Deo Sirens away. a product of what we've seen from Deus. I do respect this disengagement. It's onto a compound, but you can see right to the east of them, it's extremely flat. So if the next circle shifts to the east or even centers up, their entry point into the next circle is going to be a lot harder. However, I think where they were had a massive risk of being third-partied by Champions Club who are inferior here.
They are down to 2 on Champions Club, Angelito and Kamara on the south side, so it would have to be a very sneaky third party coming on through. I just want to look at who's sat at the top of the point scores right now. Eastern Stars, obviously, with a great day today, 67 points. The team underneath them that has 3 games played that is in this game, in third place, Super Young roster, 52. So that's a point gap of 15 right now for Super Young roster. We talked a lot about this team today because they have stepped up, and rightfully so that we talked about them, right? 52 points, they're pretty much guaranteed to be in this next Super Weekend.
Yeah, dead right. They deserve a lot of credit for how they've evolved throughout this lobby. A lobby that itself is always going to be evolving, so if you're able to evolve that a little bit more heavily and get ahead of the mark, you're in the right direction. Conqueror, they're right in the direction of the Unicorns of Love, who are kind of separated. It doesn't seem like they know whether they're coming or they're going, whether they want to commit to the compound or stay on the hill. I know the blue zone's closing in, but you kind of got to make a bit of a decision and make it as a team. Coming in now, Vito gets knocked out. Goodbye, Lane.
And just being able to pick up a little bit of a position there. Unicorns Love stay as all 4. And I mean, to be fair, in this specific set of circles, I feel like, okay, they're on the long side again after this shift coming on through. But the staying out in the blue zone phase 1, I think that's kind of fair enough, almost. They had a position behind everybody else who was also trying to make that rotation. They wanted to play a little bit slower, play on the back, play on that edge, and I think this is the right decision. So whilst we have seen it from before from them be maybe not as good as we would have liked, I feel like this spot is a little bit better for it. For Romanian Boys, TSC both sending across the fields.
Yeah, shift to the west. It's all flat land, a few hay bales, a few shacks. You got the hill to the west, which I've got to give credit to Deus. They were in the compound, they sent 2 up, but one thing I find interesting is that Yatom's still in the building. You got 2 up on the hill, Sakura in the middle. Why not have 3 in one place, 1 in the other? That 2-1-1 split makes absolutely no real sense to me in terms of wanting to control this late game.
I mean, maybe they didn't think there were too many people on their southwest side. Maybe they thought the LMV was the main threat on the eastern edge, and they were sort of trying to outpost for that. But you're right now they're quite split. Unicorns of Love caught in a scrap, but they're going to go out on top by the looks of things.
Lovely.
Alicio down the hill, Exquisite Décode UK under pressure now, but they are answering with a volley of fire themselves. One found the knock. Alicio, though, not going to go down. Will getting flushed. Alicio up the hill, finds more. GK first, flushed on out, goes low to the spray from Fresh at range, but hits the deck. Tries to stay alive. No longer will he go, though, and Unicorns of Love, they're cut down in their prime, and unfortunately, Fresh looks to be pretty solo here on the long side of the circle. The circle is shrinking. He's just going to need to get into it. It's phase 4. The tick damage is too much, and I mean, you just have to get for it, and that's 1 player left now on Unicorns of Love.
2 kills on board. Let's see if he can survive into the late game. It's Fresh we're talking about here. He's a man of many talents. If anybody can do it, it's him. Yatom with the beautiful nade by Hall to connect onto Yatom was absolutely wonderful, and that's, to be fair, what I did expect.
Yeah, I mean, that's that you brought it up, right? Like the 2-1-1 split just really didn't play well for Deus Sirens here. Keep someone else on that hill. I mean, you don't even need these buildings, right? More than likely you're gonna have to leave them. It's yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. But Sakura's in a good spot. I mean, you've got an outpost there into these fields. The next shift coming in relatively soon. Taking a look at the rest of the teams in these circles as well. You've got Super Young roster in a pretty bloody good spot here. I mean, they're looking pretty good right now in the north side of these hills, controlling a lot of ground around there. Conqueror getting taken down there on the northeastern edge. Vodafone Giants have the compound, and excuse me, are waiting in the wings to try and take it from them.
Yeah, but I would like to see Vodafone Giants do a little bit of what Deus Sirens did and maybe send one a little bit further into the field. It may be a little bit late to pull that off, but if they hadn't done it straight after Phase 4 shifted, it definitely would have been a little bit better for them coming into this Phase 5 shift. Talking about SYR, I thought they were going to fight Deo Sirens for the hill initially upon this shift, but they've opted to stay for the compound because I think it gives them a little bit more of a rotation potential on this Phase 5, plus a little bit more ability to have sight lines out on towards the northern edge of the circle for Romanian Boys. Hold on to that while, excuse me, looking right into the path of the whole of TSC inside that shack.
Me with shots down over onto Vodafone Giants as well, but they don't really want to take the full fight. I mean, you say like TSC are there, okay. Hang on a minute, the sprays are good. Able to find one knock onto Prada. Mitchie low, Mango goes down as well as Euphoria just keeps peppering this hillside, just keeps strafing across it. But Tony does take a knock in the meantime. That is real good control over a position that they have no rights to, quite frankly, for TSC, but the shift comes in.
My lord, that's where Sakura's initial anchor point has paid off for Deo Sirens, but they're going to have to deal with like the ChasMac coming in on Mishi onto Ulysses is absolutely wonderful.
Ano takes the shots as well around the side. The first knock is good from Mitchie. In comes the roll down for Sebi. Hops out with a teammate as well. Trying to go around both sides, trying to create chaos, excuse me. Holding well for now, but not for any longer. They do get dismounted and a fast crash comes through. Excuse me, taken out.
I like that from Giants. There was really nowhere else they were going to be able to go into the field. Teams like TSC and Doom would have been in front of them. You had to focus on that one fight, that one team up in the hill. They're not in the circle yet, but now after they've cleared out, excuse me, they can focus on LMV or crash onto Doom.
I mean, that's what they're going to go for, the second option too. But I feel like it might have been the wrong decision, especially if you're going to do it so split up. Action gets the spray down. Sure, they trade it onto Sebi, but how much longer can Sebi stay up in that fight? I just don't see that happening or going well for them. You could see they will both be going down. So now you got Sebi and Pocus up the top there, still waiting to go in, and with no real chance of backing up their teammates. LMV and ChasMac Gaming going to stop them.
There you go. Now Pocus is going to push it towards the smoke. He gets a knock. That's a beautiful shot. Action. The Action Jackson of Sanhok game is going to be coming in, maybe going for the revive. Pocus is going to lay down low. You still have Sebi in the back line providing that back end support. But I'm a little bit surprised that Action didn't try and push this.
And Pocus didn't even get a res off there. Has to get backed off. Action. Oh, there he goes. Around the side. Pocus is low, but across the way, there's a Guardian Angel. And Team Doom are going to stay alive for just a little longer.
Yeah, TSC, the Guardian Angels, as you call it, helping the side of Team Doom and keeping them alive. Down, Giants go. Unicorns alive, I said. If anybody was going to be able to keep them alive in this game, it was going to be Fresh. He's still going strong with 10 teams left.
I mean, sure, you got to do it somehow, some way. He's on the eastern side, sneaking into the circle. Super young roster moving down from the north side as well, and they are doing all right. Faker does take a knee, but if TSC has been such a problem for everybody in this circle. And it feels like there's no way they're going to win this, right? I mean, they can't. They can't possibly. I mean, now I've said that, maybe they can, but it feels like they're just they're such a problem for everyone, and nobody's in a position to deal with them. But as soon as they're gone, this game opens.
And considering they were initially suppressed by 4 Romanian Boys, I know that's going all the way back to Phase 2. I think TSC have done a great job of playing towards the circle and just keeping themselves going. SYR, Lush is knocked down. Jaja with the beautiful calculated nade into smoke. Standard stuff as Action and LMV now fighting on towards the hillside. The phase has shifted towards the east, and that's where Doom's position is priority.
Big nades as well coming through from Zero around the side. Luff might be in trouble there. Zero manages to hit the deck inside the smoke, and they might not know his position exactly. LMV wondering what is going on as Zero pops out another nade, tries to push him close. Luff down in the smoke as well. He's going to get spotted. Zero, pull your gun out, get the knock, get the flush. Oh my goodness me, this guy is on fire. And now Talon's there, but the nade is good around the side and finally goes down. LMV looking in trouble there. Just Talon was alive. But in comes the nade, and Fresh comes in clutch to hold them out for now, and actually might be able to find another onto Talon if he's lucky. Super young roster crawling their way across the fields as well.
Oh my god, Fresh comes in and goes, okay, you know what, I'm on my own, but I smell an opportunity. I'm going to take it right to the bank. Super young roster still up as a trio. They have 2 inside the circle. Actually, they have all three inside the circle. My apologies. Faker gets knocked down. Euphoria, you talked about TSC being a nuisance. Well, they don't stop being a nuisance, trying to gatekeep SYR from controlling this north side.
2 players down for Super Young roster, but 2 players down for TSC as well. Low HP. They don't really want to go for these peaks. Alush finds another over onto Euphoria as well. This is good news for them. Tam and Vitoni right now, still standing for TSC. Super Young roster want to just shimmy their way on through, keep themselves in it. The reses are coming through from TSC all this time. Fresh has the beat on these 2 positions as well from LMV. I feel like nobody else is really looking this way. Goes up, goes down for Talon. Pops back into the deck. Across the way there were shots, and that is going to be it. Xtreme Slayers able to find the shot. That was actually Sirens.
Yeah, he had to try and pull something out, but it was that third party from Deus Sirens standing up behind his shack. Great play by Deus to sniff that one out. Valiant effort from Fresh.
Oh, TSC are still all alive. I know I said they couldn't win it, and it felt like they could. They've been playing this shack for the last like 3-4 phases at this point, and okay, calm down, Tam. Just pops off a shot like it ain't no thing. Looks for a little bit more as well across the sightlines.
Ain't no thing but a chicken wing, but there is certainly a thing such as a chicken dinner, which TSC are looking for. The circle shifts up north. It's still in their favor. They haven't cleared out SYR. That's a big possible F and a potential roadblock in their way.
What a loosh. This guy is an operator in these final circles. Like, he just knows how to do it. Seemingly always surviving right to the last. The Super Young roster had a great day off the back of survival. And actually having a pretty good presence as well. Felt like they had a good spot, but finally, man himself is going to get knocked and flushed out as well. It's down to result.
Deus is still in the game. Sakura laying down the shots. Drop into the top 4. I questioned their rotations, but they were still pretty intelligent. Vitoni gets a knock onto one of them. That's 2 left up for the female team as we're into our final 4.
And TSC now are going to use this chance to strike. They're going to move through. They need to take control of this next circle, stop the teams on the south side from moving in. I mean, there are solo representatives, but I'm going to have to eat my words. TSC, they controlled this circle beautifully. They were such a problem, and in the end, they'd harried everyone enough that nobody was strong enough to take them on in their spot.
I think what massively helped them is the fact that they crashed that shack with like 3 or 4 vehicles.
Not going to be able to find the knock just yet, but will fall as well as Deus Sirens down to 2, but 6 kills so far, top 3.
Calm before the storm, John. Calm before the final storm.
Luna taking shots, will get knocked as well. Does manage to do something in response, but not too much there. Tam fallen. They don't want to go for these flushes just yet. Linu maybe looking to get the res, but potential little bit of a bait there coming on in. 1 player for LMV still alive, and if you can take down Linu, if you could spot the angle, which is what he's looking for there, that's a ladder up, that's a kill. I think he might have it. Oh, he's definitely got the situation on bead, but isn't going for the shots. Does he know that they're behind it? Goes for the spray. Yaya takes down Loof on the off angle and will save Deus Sirens from potential disaster there. 2 versus 3. Yaya out wide. Smoke starting to get pumped on in. Luna back in the fight. Will be able to heal.
At the end of the day, though, it's 2 against 3. Vitoni is covering one side and the other 2 are covering the other. It's going to be so difficult for Sirens. I think they have a little bit more of a low ground dip, which could help them.
I also think they have better position in the circle. Luna managed to pop up, get the knock and get back without taking too much damage at all. This is great news for Deus Sirens right now when the crash comes through. TSC up and into the fight, and immediate brutality there. Lenu goes down, has to come all down to Luna, but it's not going to happen. TSC control the fields, the thorn in everyone's sides, and in the end, it will not be removed from the Dragon's Paw. The Lion's Paw, that's the metaphor I was going for there, but either way, they will be able to scream into victory there on our last game of today.
Is it the Maxman curse or is it the John Allen curse? Who knows? But man, you didn't think TSC were going to do. I see why you thought they weren't as well, because all 4 in a shack like that, is so hard to survive a couple of nades. If a team has a bit of a sniff of an idea that you're there, you can easily find yourself wiped out of a lobby. But like I said, I think what really helped TSC was the fact that when they did crash that shack, they crashed it with like 3 vehicles, I think. Minimum 3 vehicles. So they had automatically a lot more space to move around and to kind of play outside of the shack. Plus, they were very proactive from that area, right? So they manipulated a bit of traffic here, a bit of traffic there, picked off a kill here, got a third party there, and that allowed them to create so much more space in the last 3 circles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they controlled the ground, and that was what that final game is all about. It's what field finishes are all about. But it felt like nobody got I feel like Super Young roster was sort of the last chance for everybody else in the lobby to not just get peppered by these guys, right? But they weren't quite able to do it. They took 2 knocks and in the end had to move away, and then ended up going down a little bit too late for their liking, certainly. But yeah, I mean, TSC, well played. I mean, it felt like the same sort of presence that Eastern Stars were having in that last Sanhok game, where they just controlled the entirety of the circle, but they were playing from a single shack. You know what? All credit to TSC. They played that really, really well.
I would even say, and I know it's easy to say because they won the game, but I would argue that's the best TSC performance, them individually as a team, in the PMPL so far.
And I mean,
as a team.
I mean, look at what they've done today, right? They had 2 points at the start of this game. They had 2 points. And to be able to come out with a win at the end of the day like that, it's a huge weight off your shoulders, right? If you're TSC in terms of the point scoring for today. But what it does do is put pressure on you for tomorrow, because now you know that the only reason you have points today is because you had one miraculous game where you were able to do so much. And is that repeatable? Is that consistent? No. History tells us no, that is not a consistent enough way to be able to put the points on the board. So qualification still very much at risk for this team.
That's so true. The Sirens had their best game of PMPL. Yes, there was a little bit of fear in how they disengaged away from the initial heal from LMV, but I think that was a little bit more calculated than you think, because when we saw ChasMac rotate in phase 2 from the east all the way to the west, it's because it's a less congested area. So I think when their Sirens disengaged away and went onto that compound in the southwest of the circle, I think it was phase 4, logically it's because it's a lot less congested, therefore it's a little bit easier to control. And yes, that could be regarded as passive playstyle, but I would also regard that as very calculated and just quick thinking play. The only mistake they really made, and it could have been the reason why they won or lost the game, was Yatum staying in that compound. If she hadn't moved up onto the hill, it could have been a Deus chicken dinner.
It could have been, but unfortunately not this time around. They still had a pretty good day today. And I mean, speaking of teams that have had a good day today, I have to think about Team Doom, right? Like, they have had the best performance that we've seen from them coming on through, and they have done really, really well here in today's games. They haven't even had a chicken dinner, but they've just been consistently strong, consistently there, and that's enough to qualify for the Super Weekends. They are going to be looking to try and put their best foot forwards into tomorrow as well. Still 4 more games to play for all of these teams. We're going to head to a break, and they're going to break down how these final tables are looking, who's at risk, who's looking good. I'm going to be really excited to see it. We'll see you after the break.
Well, TSC Legends, as you heard Imperium, their best performance so far in the PMPL, and a perfect time to have it happen as well to get themselves hopefully set up nicely for tomorrow, where they can look to qualify into our top 16 and play in the Super Weekend. Just Captain still joined by Kalaris and Maxman as we're going to round out this day here, but before we can fully do that, we need to talk a little bit about this last match. Now, obviously, we could talk a lot about TSC and their performance here, but one thing we're going to focus on, because I feel like we have to, and if any other team was there, we would be doing the same. Deus, that should have been their game.
Yeah, there's so many things to be said about how they played this game. Imperium, especially in that game, was mentioning about how they went for a split that did not make too much sense, and they lost 2 players because of that. And then in the finishing moments, at one point they regrouped. and Kalaris were like, "Why are you regrouping? You're just going to get naded instantly." There's so many things. Of course, field finishes, don't get me wrong, they're not the easiest type of finishes in the world. Okay, they're pretty hard, but there are things I think that Deus can look back upon this game and improve upon in the next games that will be happening in Erangel, because this is not the first field finish we had, and it's not the last we're going to have. So I think that there's definitely some things that can be improved upon. But TSC, still congratulations to them. 25 points in this game. A team that hasn't been able to be at the top very consistently, find himself a win to make sure they can qualify in the Super Weekend is always good to see.
This was so wounded, right? Like throughout the entirety of these field endings. If there'd have been maybe a bit more time, I suppose, for Deus Sirens to have got looted up and have a lot of utility going into this final fight, if they had some nades available to them, then maybe the fight would have gone a much different way. However, not to be. I do question as well, like slightly. If you're in that situation in field endings, you kind of need to be looking for off angles. And you know, as I say, we're kind of a little bit clumped up towards the end there against TSC.
Well, we're seeing Game Lord and Conk towards the bottom of the table yet again. A little bit unfortunate for them. I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, they're not even really going to be on the
top 8.
I don't think they're going to be like 12 at the moment with how they've kind of been playing. But here's our top players. Kalaris, you had a chance to think of it.
Oh, no. Is this better?
It was a little bit French.
It's better. I feel like it's still missing a little bit of some.
Okay, all right.
It's definitely gotten better.
Yeah.
If you had like a couple more ho-hos at the end, it would have did it for me, to be honest.
Okay, all right.
Just moving on.
Okay. We'll move on to damage. That was the segment criticizing Kalaris's sound.
Damn. I can't do anything right, it seems. I'll tell you, you did do something right. It's TSC Legends.
It's actually TSC Legends. This was part of that game that I remember that was actually really well played from them. They were on the northern side of the, what was it, phase 5, phase 6, when you start to know that it is as a fact going to end in the fields. They were right behind SYR that were getting closer to the circle, but they went right in front, just leapfrog above the side of a super young roster, and then was able to gatekeep them away technically. So I think that TSC understood the more you delay rotating into a circle like that, the more you're going to get gate kept. So they rushed in instantly, just like Eastern Stars rushing into the mountains on Sanhok, and they understood the sense of urgency in that game, and because of that got a lot of damage, got a lot of kills, and got the win off of that. I think that understanding the value there for them was what allowed them to get the win.
Okay. What about TSC Legends? We'll go back to them really quickly here just to talk about, you know, their best performance so far. Let's take a look at their averages today versus their averages in the very first week of play to get an idea of, are they improving? Because I think that's the big focus on. If you're one of the teams who didn't qualify in the first Super Weekend, or even if you're a team who was, you know, bottom for the Super Weekend, you need to show some improvement here in league play. And we have seen they've been able to pull off an improvement. It's not a massive improvement, but again, I'd rather see an upward trend than a downward trend, no matter what.
Yeah, if you think about kind of the extra little bits of damage that they're putting up, then that's good. Extra little average kills and stuff, that's not too bad. I try and draw the comparison between this game, them getting themselves the win, as well as what they've done here so far and what they did in league play. I mean, it's not like Super Weekend play. It's not like Super Weekend play was devoid of kind of podium finishes. They just need to be able to round things out against the lobby. And if we're looking for scrappy field endings to be the thing that rounds things out in the Super Weekend, I think those are going to be few and far between. So maybe a little bit more tightening of the bolts for TSC Legends, despite getting this win, which is great, of course.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, you got to keep in mind also that they qualified with these averages you've seen on the left, and these have been a clear improvement here. So I think it's pretty much safe to say that if they keep doing things like this tomorrow in the final day of this league play, Super Weekend 2 shouldn't be too much of an issue. But I think that when you start getting to the finals, that's when TSC Legends might start struggling a little bit to make sure they can actually qualify up there.
Oh, I mean, hey, if they're getting better every week, then The sky's the limit for them. It just depends on how long the event is, I guess, right? Let's take a look, though, at a quick recap of today's results. If you guys missed out on that, we are going to see 2 Eastern Stars victories. Well done by them. Again, adding to their tally, however, the wins here do not count towards the $1,000 per chicken dinner. That's only a super weekends. But we also see SKP team getting a win in here as well. But Big starting off the day, 2,700 damage, 15 kills. That's the Big we didn't see in the super weekend. But it's nice to see we have a team stepping up more importantly.
Because I didn't talk about Big on the pre-show, I think that's why also. I was formally asked by Swave to not talk about Big anymore, and they would give me 10% of their prize pool, Jason. So tomorrow, I will not say their name once at all, and we'll see if that's going to be working out for them. But yeah, a really good way for them to start the day. But Eastern Stars, this is their 3rd win now throughout this entire PMPL in 2 weeks of play that they actually take a win on Sanhok. So it really seems like they understand the recipe to success on this map. Also mainly down to the fact that they're the only team that understand the value of the mountain up northwest. But right now, if no teams are going to learn off the back of those games, Eastern Stars are just going to keep repeating that amount of success and winning every time.
Bear in mind as well, it's their 7th chicken dinner in the amount of days that we've had so far here, Jason, which is just, that's pretty crazy to have 7 chicken dinners considering how many games we've had overall. Whew.
Remember, I said a team's going to 10. So
yeah, but you said Super Weekend. Super Weekend, though.
I mean, they have 4 already in the Super Weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
you talked about the prize pool, right? Getting $10,000. So it's only Super Weekend you can get those, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Max, man, you know what time it is? Who is our MVP of the day?
Player today. I talked about him quite a bit. I want to go with Alush. I think the survival time might help quite a bit actually here for SYR.
Okay. Kalaris, what about you?
Kapala.
That's a good pick too.
All right. Well, in typical tradition here at the PMPL, Max Spence gave you and Kalaris would be correct.
There was no way it was going to be a Lush. He didn't have enough kills and he didn't have enough damage, I think.
I like to have hope, okay? I'm not making it easy for myself, to be honest, right? I don't know.
You were, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Maybe you went with a heart pick compared to a head pick.
I just like the fact that top threes came out from Alush, actually. But Kapahala, I mean, we're talking back from last PMPL into this PMPL. This guy's just got better with time, and it's really insane to see how good he's been doing. Of course, we talked about how Atis has been here with the team, and keep in mind, these games today was not even the main roster when you really think about it. You had some subs coming in at some point. At one point, I believe Octavian was not even playing. So the fact that he's still there performing so well on such a consistent basis shows that even though the team cannot be there, he individually can always do extremely well.
How does this keep happening, though? Like, Max, you have to get some of these right.
I don't know, man. Like, literally, the other day you said, I'm hesitating between Big and Conqueror, and you said Conqueror. I said Big, and Big just got, what, 1 point, I think. Again, I don't know how.
Conqueror won.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens.
Theory called, like, the law of averages, and you would think eventually Max would something right, and yet we are here, day number 378, and he has yet to do so. Let's take a look at our overall settings, look at an idea of which teams would be safe if we ended off the day here and then went to our Super Weekend the following day. Remember, it's top 16 out of the 20 teams will be playing in our Super Weekend, which would be 15 matches. Each chicken dinner will be $1,000 in your pocket, and Eastern Stars hold on to that first place spot.
I will say, though, as much as Eastern Stars does that first place spot, I think a huge big up to what Super Young Roster has done alongside the track of thought that Max was kind of giving here for Alush. 62 points for Super Young Roster, considering they were kind of a middling situation team in our first week. I think it's fair to say this is a brilliant step up for them.
You got Ali, of course, on top of that with Razor, and the fragging power. If they can all come together to the late game, I think that will be the next step up for this team, and I'm hoping we can see that potentially happen this Super Weekend, maybe next Super Weekend. Not sure that's going to happen. Of course, something that takes quite a bit of time to really come together, but I fully agree, Kalaris. Dave impressed me a lot going into today, and same for Big, you know. Still waiting for them to get himself a win eventually in that Super Weekend. They got one today. We'll see if they can make that happen in the Super Weekend itself.
All right, we can see here Xtreme Slayers. Remember, in the first, they had one good game, and that was it. And then they kind of fell off. But here we're starting to see, at least in this day alone, they're having a much better performance. They're kind of in that threshold we're looking for. Remember, 45 plus or minus 2. I think it was actually even lower than that this last week. But they're looking relatively safe. Team Doom as well. Even TSC Sirens have a chance here to qualify for the Super Weekend, which means there's a lot of other teams out there that might actually slip out of it.
Importantly, as well. Unicorns of Love, 32 points here in day number 1. There is a very easy chance that they are able to get enough to get into this next Super Weekend, which, again, if there's other teams out there that maybe don't want them visible in that Super Weekend, maybe it's time to like start pushing this a little bit, because it's not like today from the 32 points that they've got, I've not been super impressed by how they've got them. I mean, the bridge, they're killing things at the bridge on Erangel was great, but beyond that, I do still feel like they look a little bit lost in terms of their transitions and decision making. So we need to see that all kind of polished.
I'm very lost with this bottom page though. There are some teams that I did not expect to be here. For Romanian Boys, Game Lord, 2 teams that we looking at their Super Weekend, especially their first league play, were like, well, these teams are looking to be the whole package in the first week, but now they're just not present. You got to be careful, because if you don't make it to the next Super Weekend, I mean, that's going to hurt your potential of making it in the finals. We'll see how things are going to work out. And Vodafone Giants, the first league play they had was fantastic, really, I would say, but they had one good day in the Super Weekend, and we just not have seen the team that we expected in this event.
Just briefly as well, consider how badly TSC Legends would have done today if they had not just had this win here. 27 points in total. Very important that they got that win there, Jason.
We're starting to see some other teams that really need a win. Excuse me, Destiny, Champions Club, even ChasMac Gaming, not safe at the moment. I'm surprised to see Destiny so low again. Yeah. Like a very, very strong team, but they've been having a struggle today.
This is actually really disappointing for Destiny, and I'm pretty sure they're disappointed in themselves, because they were a team that overtook Unicorns of Love, the new roster in the race to the PMGC. This was a team that has a chance to making it to the biggest event PUBG Mobile Esports has to offer, and they might just get held out of an event like that because of a league play, because it didn't qualify, which normally should be the easiest part of a PMPL. But this team is struggling, I think, to still find their marks with the roster changes, and they're still definitely having a hard time internally. But tomorrow they need to have a good day, otherwise their chances for PMGC are just pretty much gone almost.
Exactly. Tomorrow is always another day, and luckily for them, they have the opportunity tonight to prepare for that one specifically, so they can, hopefully in their sake, step up here, because they're going to desperately need to do so. But gentlemen, it's pretty much been a great day. Again, some new teams getting some chicken dinners. We've seen some other teams have some great performances. We're going to potentially have a mix-up when we get into our Super Weekend, but we still have to wait until our second day of our league play comes into effect, which will be kicking off tomorrow at the exact same time as we started today. So make sure you guys tune in then, because that's when we're going to be back for some more PUBG Mobile action.